15.
What do you understand happened after Ms. Heard auditioned for Aquaman?
After Ms. Heard's audition, or possibly auditions for Warner Brothers and I suppose the creative team, Ms. Heard expressed to me that the film was going to be, Warner Brothers had said that the film was going to be shooting in Australia. And Australia was for Ms. Heard, that was a potential problem, which.
Objection, Your Honor. Your approach.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for tuning into my live stream. I won't be talking much throughout this. I'm also terrible at live streaming, so I'm doing my best here. Thank you guys for tuning in. If you could just confirm that you can hear me, that'd be great. Thank you guys for tuning in. All right, we're back.
I apologize, Mr. Depp. Could you please continue? What happened after Ms. Heard auditioned for Aquaman?
I was informed by Ms. Heard that the film was going to be shooting in Australia, and that was of concern to her, and because it was of concern to Warner Brothers. So she asked if I would, because I'd had a multi, for a few years I'd had a multi-film deal with Warner Brothers, and so we'd been in business together. So I knew these people. I'd been on films with them. So she asked me if I would speak to them. I made a phone call and I spoke to.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I don't believe he said anything. I think he was going to say who he spoke to.
All right, we'll see. Overruled at this point.
I spoke to the three upper echelon Warner executives: Kevin Tsujihara, Sue Kroll, and Greg Silverstein. And I told them that.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right, I'll
We
sustain
can
the
move
objection.
on.
Next question.
What was the result of you speaking with those individuals?
Well, I can only say that ultimately she did get the job in the film. So hopefully I suppose I had curbed their worries to some degree.
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that she saw you consume 8 to 10 MDMA pills while you were in Australia in March of 2015?
Yes, I do remember that.
How
I
many
also
times?
remember her saying that I took a handful.
Objection beyond the scope. Question.
Sorry, that was extra
All
residue.
right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
How many times have you done MDMA in your life, Mr. Depp?
Actually, not that many times. I would say in my lifetime, maybe in my lifetime, MDMA,
Look at her face.
6, 7, maybe.
And how much MDMA have you done on those occasions?
Not enough to properly. Not enough to properly experience what the chemicals are supposed to do to you.
Have you ever consumed 8 to 10 MDMA pills at once?
No, ma'am. No, I have not.
I told you.
Why is that?
Because I'd be dead. I'm pretty sure I'd be dead.
Exactly what I said.
I think one would die. Yes, and
Literally
probably rather quickly.
exactly what I said.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you some pictures from the home in Australia that Ms. Heard testified about.
Sure.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1817, which is already in evidence? Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do. That's the downstairs bar of the house we rented in Australia.
And can you please show the jury where you were sitting when Ms. Heard threw the 2 vodka bottles at you?
If I touch this thing, it'll make a
Yes,
mark.
it will.
Yes. Okay. So this chair, that one here, was over here. And it was in pretty much when I was turned around toward, they were on a swivel. So when I was turned around towards the bar, I'm facing the bar. When I turned around this way, this chair here was in pretty much exactly this same position as this chair. It was when I was facing Miss Heard, who was, let's say she was, if you're looking at the photograph, she would be about here.
Could you draw a line in the direction where Ms. Heard was relative to where you were sitting?
Yes, absolutely. So if I'm sitting here, she was over here, back here.
Approximately how far away from Ms. Heard, from you was Ms. Heard, if you can recall?
I would say it was probably 10, 12, 15 feet, maybe 10 feet, 12 feet.
And approximately where was your hand when the vodka bottle hit it?
It was leaning. My arm was leaning on the marble bar, right there where the imaginary seat is, and leaning, kind of just leaning back and looking at Ms. Hurd, she just walked away with the second bottle. I mean, she walked this way when she threw the first bottle, which is actually visible
Can
in
you
the
please circle
background on
where
the
the
floor.
first? Yeah. Could you please circle where the first bottle
Oh,
is?
sorry, excuse me. Yeah. All that is the exploded first bottle that went past my went past my head, and the second bottle hit right up here where my hand was resting on the marble bar.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820? Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
This is behind that very bar.
And what do you see on the floor in this picture?
I see what looks to me like some kind of napkin. It looks sullied, soiled, blood, I don't know. And I see glass in the corner, blood obviously on the floor, and a towel leaning up on something.
Do you know how that bloody tissue got on the floor?
My best guess.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know how the blood got on the floor, Mr. Depp?
I'm pretty well. I know how the blood got on the floor. It came from my dripping finger, so that's why the tissue is. I'm 99.9% sure, since it is. Looks like he's got blood on it as well. Is what I held my finger held my finger with.
Do you see the wall on the left side of the photograph?
I do.
Was there a wall-mounted phone on that wall?
On the left side of the photo. No, I didn't. No. Not that I recall, no.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 394, which is already in evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize this text message?
I do.
And what is this message?
It's a text to Dr. Kipper. I'm sorry, just reading through. Yeah, this is my text to Dr. Kipper, who had just happened to be in town, telling him that I've had it, and that I just lost a fingertip.
How long after your finger had been injured did you send this text message, if you can recall?
It's hard to tell, because when I look at the timestamp, it says delivered 3/7/2015, 5 o'clock. But I know that because of Australia time, it was the 8th, and it was probably, the whole thing lasted probably until about 2 p.m. Or so, when that was when Kipper was called, Jerry was brought in, Jerry Judge, sorry, excuse me.
So do you have an estimate as to how long after your finger had actually been injured that you sent this message?
I don't think it was very long. I think it was probably within the next, no, I'm sure it was in the next half hour or so. I would have had to sneak into a bathroom, lock myself in to type this out.
And how were you able to send this text message to Dr. Kipper in the state that you were in?
Well, he wasn't available at the time, so just sort of thumb your way through, don't you?
How long after sending this text message did you see Dr. Kipper?
I don't recall it. I think it took them probably 30 minutes or more, but 30 to 40 minutes to get there.
And what did Dr. Kipper do when he first arrived at the home?
Oh, the first thing he wanted to do was inspect the damage of my finger and try and figure out exactly what had happened, how it happened.
And what did you tell Dr. Kipper about how your finger had been injured?
Objection, Your Honor.
May we
You're
approach?
saying
All
we've
right,
discussed
that's
this
fine.
several times.
Let's go.
Oh boy. Well, I think I need to make a pint. How is everyone doing? I see a lot of familiar faces, names in the chat. Thank you all for showing up. I do appreciate it. Yeah, Rottenborn is one of the most insufferable people I've ever been in the same room as. Rottenborn's voice is just I don't know. It's patronizing, it's condescending, it's belittling, it's arrogant. I just hate it. He's smug. Yes, exactly, Uncle Corey. He's smug. Rotten dick. Yeah, he definitely has a rotten dick. I do actually have some rum, but it's just a little too early to start drinking. I got to pay attention to what's going on. Yeah, he puts words into people's mouths and then he shuts them up and doesn't let them speak. Oh, I bet you it's really bad. His breath is probably so rank. Okay, we are back.
Mr. Depp, when Dr. Kipper was treating your finger, what did you tell him about how your finger became injured?
I told him that there was obviously, I mean, when you saw the damage in the house and everything, the blood everywhere, I mean, obviously there was serious damage done. There would be no point in lying to the man. He'd been through it with me and Miss Herb before. I told him that she had thrown a bottle of vodka and smashed and cut my finger off, the tip of my finger, just but a good chunk. I miss it.
Mr. Depp, you heard Ms. Heard testify about an alleged incident of abuse on your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
I remember her testifying to that, yes.
And when did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon together?
I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood of August, because I had just finished the film, maybe end of July, August. I'm not quite good on the exact date.
Do you recall the year?
It was 2015, I believe.
And where did you and Miss Heard go on your honeymoon?
We took the Orient Express from Bangkok, Thailand to Singapore.
And what happened while you and Miss Heard were together on the Orient Express?
There were times when it was very agreeable, very nice. And then there were times when something had become dissatisfactory for her, and she would start the rant, the blooming of a fight would be on deck there, and at one point, it didn't. I mean, I don't remember it lasting long at all. I just remember that I took a pretty good shot to the face, to the eye, to somewhere up here. So I had a bit of a shiner. But it all ended, and then everything got fine again, and we'd go to dinner, and it was all fine.
Did Miss Heard ever apologize to you for giving you the shiner?
I don't recall.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence? Mr. Depp, do you recognize this photograph?
I do. It was with the chef and the maitre d' and the staff were asking if they could take a photo with us, and they'd been very kind, giving us a
And
private dinner card.
so where was this photograph taken?
That was in the that looks like it's in the, yes, that's towards the back of the Orient Express. That's in the back train bar compartment, and just out back you could smoke on the sort of caboose or whatever.
And what, if any, injuries do you have in this photograph?
I think the eyes a little bit bugged out, if you will. It's, yeah.
How did that happen?
These things could happen very quickly if you disagreed.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive. She just asked, how did that happen?
I
All right.
believe he was about to explain.
Well, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. So, Mr. Depp, specifically, how did the injury in this photograph occur?
I'm sure it hit me. Is that better?
Does this picture accurately reflect what you looked like on that date?
I don't look at myself much, but it certainly looks like me with a black eye.
Does this picture appear to have been photoshopped in any way?
No, I think no. I think it would be difficult to photograph or to start getting into sort of digital processing with a number of people in the shot, especially in a wide shot.
Could we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301? And this is a new one, Your Honor, so this is not in
Okay,
evidence.
thank you.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's reflected in this photograph?
Yes, this is the staff. It's the manager and his staff at the Raffles Hotel in Singapore. And before we left, they asked if they could take a photograph with us.
And when was this photograph taken?
Well, that would have been, we were off the Orient Express. We stayed in Raffles, I believe, a couple of days, few days. And then from there, we flew to San Francisco.
So this photograph was taken after the photograph we just looked at?
This photograph was taken after the photograph in the dining car of the train, yes.
Your Honor, I'd move plaintiff's exhibit 1301 into
Pardon,
evidence.
any objection?
Oh, happy honeymoon. So it's
Any,
31st of October.
any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1301 is in evidence, can be published to the jury.
Mr. Depp, what if any injuries do you see on your face in this photograph?
I see pretty much the same. I see that the area in here has been well is swollen and yeah, there's a bit of a shiner there.
Thank you. We can take this down. Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that she punched you in the staircase incident because she thought of Kate Moss in the stairs?
Do I remember her saying that?
Yes.
Yes, I do. 3 times. Yes, I do.
Do you have any understanding as to what Ms. Heard was referring to?
Yes, I do.
And
As Kate Moss, Kate testified, it was many, many years ago. And exactly what happened is what she said happened. I recall speaking with Ms. Heard about that very incident because of the downpouring of rain, because it was raining very heavily that day that Kate slipped. And I recalled the story to her.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
may we approach Your Honor?
Okay.
Hello, everyone. I think after this trial, I could go the rest of my life without ever hearing hearsay. All right, let's do this, Johnny.
Please continue, Mr. Depp. What did you tell Ms. Heard about the staircase?
Sorry, I was drawn by Mr. Rottenborn's voice.
Certainly.
What was you looking? Was it?
So what specifically had you actually told Ms. Heard about the incident with Miss Moss and the stairs?
Very simply that we were in Jamaica. I had left our bungalow about 3 minutes prior to her. I was standing outside and suddenly rain starts just coming down like it's, monsoon. And then I remember looking and seeing Kate coming out the door, and there were 3 little wooden stairs, and she slipped, her legs went up, and she landed directly on her coccyx and her lower back. So, and she was obviously physically in pain, and she was hurt, she was crying. So I ran over and grabbed her to make sure she was all right. That's it. That's all I ever, but that's the whole story. But then the rumor of it, I'd never heard a rumor of that before Miss Heard grabbed hold of it. It's like that. Sorry.
Mr. Depp, we heard testimony from Miss Heard's sister, Whitney, during this trial. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And how would you describe your relationship with Whitney when you were in a relationship with Miss Heard?
I liked Whitney very much. Initially, when I first met her, I liked her very much, and grew to love Whitney very much, because I always, it seemed, Amber's sister, Whitney, seemed to always get the sort of dirty end of the stick, and I felt bad for that, because it wasn't new. It had been there for life, and that was seemed pretty obvious. So I took to Whitney very, very quickly, very easily. She was a very sweet kid. She was wonderful.
What do you mean that Whitney got the dirty end of the stick?
It was a kind of a strange combination of loving sister, trusted sister and friend, and then lackey, and then either the punching bag or the dartboard, or the recipient of some rather demeaning and ugly words, or she would have wine thrown in her face.
And who was the source of those demeaning words and the wine that you just referenced?
Well, that would be Amber Heard, her sister.
And how do you know that?
Well, I witnessed quite a lot of it. The wine in the face was something that happened in New York, which I think that even made it into the papers. I believe that even made it into the papers. It was in an elevator.
How did you first learn about that incident?
Miss Heard told me in detail.
What else did you observe of Miss Heard and her sister Whitney's interactions during your relationship with Miss Heard?
They were just constantly up and down, but I could sense, I could feel that Whitney was trying to please her sister, trying to be up to snuff, and it just seemed like she got shot down.
Objection,
every
Your
time.
Honor. This has gone beyond the scope of the question or his foundation for knowledge of that.
Your Honor, I asked what he observed, between them. I think this is responsive to that.
And his testimony as to what Whitney felt is.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you ever see Miss Heard physically attack Whitney?
No, I've never seen any full-on blowouts, physical blowouts between them. Tons of verbal
Objection
blowouts.
beyond the scope.
Overruled.
I've certainly seen Miss Heard grab Whitney, push her around. There were a number. There were half a dozen times when some of us, whoever was in the general vicinity, would have to leave. This is at Orange when Whitney and Amber were living at Orange. Whitney and her boyfriend at the time, Sean Krajewski, and we had to leave the apartment and
Why
wait
was
in
that?
the car while they fought.
And when you say fought, do you mean
Physical.
physically or?
Physical.
And when you said Miss Heard would push Whitney around, do you mean that the physically push her or metaphorically?
If she smiles one more time, I'm gonna lose my shit.
Both.
You heard Whitney testify that she lived in Penthouse 4 at the Eastern Columbia building for a time, correct?
That is correct, yes.
How did Whitney come to live in Penthouse 4?
My recollection when Whitney first came to stay at the Eastern Columbia building in Penthouse 4 was she and her boyfriend, Sean, had broken up. And she needed a place to go. And so Amber asked if she could stay in Penthouse 4, and I said, well, of course, of course, you know.
How long did Whitney live in Penthouse 4?
It was well over a year, on and off.
Did you ever ask Whitney to move out of Penthouse 4?
No, I did not, no.
Why did Whitney ultimately move out of Penthouse 4?
Objection, foundation.
It's his apartment, Your Honor. He was living there.
Oh, overruled.
Whitney moved out of Penthouse 4 long before the marriage. And it was due to an argument that Ms. Heard and Whitney had, which had to do with Whitney working at the Art of Elysium with Jennifer Howell and those people. And Amber asked her to leave, get out.
Where did Whitney live when she moved out of Penthouse 4?
My understanding is she went to live with Jennifer Howell.
Your Honor, I know you anticipated having a motion at noon.
You can keep going. That's
Okay.
fine. We can- How much longer in direct do you have?
I have a bit.
Okay, that's okay.
Mr. Depp, do you recall hearing testimony during Ms. Heard's case from Mr. Mandel?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
Mr. Mandel is my former business manager of 17 and a half years, who at a certain point I discovered had been embezzling quite a lot of money. So I had to take action against him and he and my lawyer of 17 and a half years, as they were in cahoots, as it were. And so Yes, Joel Mandel is, and they settled their case with me. They made their settlement. But yes, it was that was a very, yeah, Joel Mandel is a very bitter man who ended up with a lot of money that I worked hard for over the years.
Do you recall Mr. Mandel testifying in this case that you do not spend very much money on charity?
That I don't, sorry?
That you do not spend very much money on charity?
Objection, Your Honor.
You just want to
May we
approach?
approach?
Okay.
Oh man, this is frustrating, but at least Johnny's keeping his cool. I wonder how much this is going to affect the jury's decision. Tanya says, hi, people from outside the courthouse. Yeah, there was around 500, 600 people this morning. All there before like 8 a.m.
Mr. Depp, just to remind you, my question was, what is your response to Mr. Mandel's testimony that you do not spend very much on charity?
My response to that is Mr. Mandel is a very bitter man. And one thing about that, myself personally, with regard to charity donations, sending money to a charity, I prefer, I would rather that my name were not on it. I don't want the name to be the important thing or the thing that people talk about. So when I donate money, I donate without my name being involved because I don't see that that's important, my name being there in terms of money. Now, if I am able to visit hospitals, or if I'm able to meet with Make-A-Wish children, I have held on to the relationships that I've held on to within the Make-A-Wish Foundation and the Children's Hospital and various other places. Then obviously my name is involved. When we held premieres in Leicester Square for several films, Charlie and the
Objection, Your Honor.
Chocolate Factory.
Again, beyond the scope of his response to Mr. Mandel's testimony.
I believe this is in response to Mr. Mandel.
I'll overrule the
What
objection.
is he talking about?
So basically, when it was a public, let's call it donation or whatever, I would talk to the studio, I would talk to Disney, I would talk to Warner Brothers, I would talk to whoever the studio was, well before the premiere, and make the premiere a benefit that would, once we did what we did a benefit premiere for Great Ormond Street Hospital. We did a couple of benefit premieres for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I mean, if you can turn a premiere with that many thousands and thousands and thousands of people there into a benefit, it works and it helps, but it wasn't presented under my name. You know, it was Disney's doing this or Warner Brothers is doing this. I'm not looking for the pat on the back, as it were. If I can make it happen, great. But I don't need the pat on the back. I don't need the adulation. I don't need the attention.
Did you hear Ms. Heard testify that one of the charities she donated a portion of your divorce settlement to was the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles?
Yes.
What is your relationship with the CHLA?
Objection, Your Honor. Irrelevant to the
May
issue
we
just
approach you?
discussed.
I don't know how that's irrelevant. Heavy Duty Ammo says, objection, this is making him look too good. It is. Johnny is a very humble guy. He doesn't do it for the attention. I mean, you know, people that make donations or do charitable things for the attention of it to make themselves look like saints are actually just narcissistic, self-absorbed human beings. Johnny just gives because he believes it's the right thing to do. He doesn't do it for the clout. Hadia says, haha, I love Johnny's face whenever they object. Yes, it's always like, wait, really? It's that, wait, are you really objecting to this? It's also a look of annoyance. Hello, Fresh Blood. None of this is helpful to Amber Turd. She's fucked. She is. I was outside the courthouse this morning, and by the sound of the mobs of people, I mean hundreds of people, I'd say her days as an actress slash entertainer are over. OnlyFans is the only way for her now. Thank you, Jill. I appreciate that. Britt Gamer Girl. Hey, Britt, how you doing? That umbrella guy mentions you as a channel for information of the trial and what Amber has been up to. No way. I've heard people tell me that, and I watch Tug's channel all the time. Not like every second because there's just, you know, he uploads more than I do. But I haven't caught that myself, but that's great. I appreciate the shout outs from Tug. Tug's one of those guys I've always looked up to. All right, we are back. We are back.
Mr. Depp, what is your relationship with the CHLA?
I've had a relationship with the CHLA for probably 20 years or so.
And what's just the nature of that relationship?
Well, since sometimes there are Make-A-Wish kids who are in the hospital there, and that their wish is to.
Objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
They just need to let the man talk. I mean, this is frustrating. Mark, what's going on, Mark? Nice to see you here. Thank you so much for jumping in. Johnny's not cheap. He helps people and kids all the time. We all know how humble he is. Exactly. How many times has Johnny helped sick kids? How many times has he donated to children's hospitals? How many times has Amber donated to a children's hospital? Man, this trial did exactly what I think Johnny thought it was going to do, which was just expose Amber for how just dirty she is. She's just a dirty person with a dirty, dirty soul.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to take you back to exactly 6 years prior to this week, the week of May 21st through May 27th, 2016. What happened at the beginning of that week?
May 21st.
Excuse me, May 20th.
May 20th. We're talking 2016 here.
Yes.
May 20th, the afternoon of May 20th, afternoon, evening. My mom made her exit. She'd been fighting cancer numerous times and for many years, and she fought all the way to the end. And so my mother passed away on the 20th of May. Which does bring instant perspective into one's mind. I spoke to Amber that night. I called her on the telephone, explained to her that my mom had passed, Betty Sue had passed, and that I thought that the best thing we could do was to that I file for
Objection, Your Honor.
divorce.
Hearsay. What Mr. Depp told Ms. Heard.
We can move on, Your
Okay,
Honor.
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Depp, what happened at the end of that week on May 27th, 2016?
May 27th, my daughter's birthday. May 27th. I was not in Los Angeles. I was on the way to on tour, and that was when Miss Heard went for the restraining order. And oh yeah, also that was the day that Alice Through the Looking Glass, a film I'd done, was opening.
Did Ms. Heard know that you were out of town on May 27th?
Yes.
And how would she have known that?
Well, I told her I was going on tour. I mean, that was well established.
How long were you going to be out of town on that tour?
2 to 3 months.
And did Ms. Heard know how long you'd be out of town?
I don't know if she knew exactly how long I'd be out of town, but it was a pretty extensive tour of Europe.
How did Ms. Heard's actions on May 27th, 2016 affect you?
Changed everything.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, it
Relevance
didn't change
of this
everything?
lawsuit.
Sorry.
Sure, if you could wait till the objection, please.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Relevance.
Tourette's.
Your Honor, this is one of the
Tourette's.
speech.
I get the Tourette's. That's funny. He just can't help himself. I think he's just fed up, man. I kind of understand the impatience he's feeling. I've been sitting through this trial every day with him, whether in court or watching it, minute by minute. And it's a lot. I don't think I could ever do this again. And this trial isn't even about me, but I followed it every step of the way, and I'm just as frustrated as he is at this point. But he's still keeping his cool. He's keeping his cool. I wouldn't say the way he's acting is hurting. Objection to what? What is this bullshit? I don't know. I don't know what the objections are to. At this point, I'm just along for the ride. I don't know. I don't know. Amber was jealous of people around him. Yeah, Rose, she was, but I think she's just a jealous person. She's just inherently, fundamentally, just a jealous human being. And it doesn't matter who she's with or who she's trying to be close to. I think she's the jealous type. She's possessive. See you later, Hadia. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate it. I don't want your computer to die, so charge it up if you can. I'll be here for a little while. Yes, I am. I am demonetized. Is that how you spell it? Because if that's how you spell it, then I've been spelling it wrong this entire time. Doesn't Amber's lawyer to the left looking at the camera? Doesn't he kind of look like a Mark Ruffalo, like a discount Mark Ruffalo? Also, I'd like to say I'm pretty sure Depp is wearing a ring that one of his supporters managed to get through the window. They were showing it to me when we were in line one morning, and I think he's actually wearing it. I think it's this one right here, that one right there, the tall one.
Mr. Depp, what has it been like for you to listen to Ms. Heard's testimony at this trial?
I'm sorry.
What has it been like for you to listen to Ms. Heard's testimony at this trial?
Objection relevance, Your Honor.
What the? Triggered.
Insane. It's insane to hear heinous accusations of violence, sexual violence, that she's attributed to me, that she's accused me of. I don't think anyone enjoys having to split themselves open and tell the truth. But there are times when one just simply has to, because it's gotten out of control. Horrible. Ridiculous, humiliating, ludicrous, painful, savage, unimaginably brutal, cruel, and all false. All false. I wanted I no human being is perfect, certainly not. None of us. But I have never in my life committed sexual battery, physical abuse, all these outlandish, outrageous stories of me committing these things and living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring the truth out. So this is not easy for any of us. I know that. But no matter what happens, I did get here and I did tell the truth, and I have spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back reluctantly for 6 years.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Did you want to take lunch at this point or just, okay, all right, let's do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take lunch this time. Do not discuss this case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
All right. So I wonder if he's coming back on the stand or if
And don't break
that's
anything on your way out.
that's it.
Thank you.
Yo, I think he has this in the bag.
All right. So just a reminder that since you are back on the stand, do not discuss this case with anybody to include your attorneys at this point, okay? If you could just have a seat back there. We do have some other issues to take care of. Before we take care of the third-party motion, can I have
I'm demonetized,
attorneys
so
come forward? on
sorry, Uncle Corey.
our-
All right. Man, well, this is exactly what Johnny Depp came to do, which was to tell the truth. And that's exactly what he said. He said, I got here, I told the truth, and I spoke out on this thing that I've been carrying on my back. You know, he's had to hold this in for 6 years. He had to wait 6 years to tell his story. That's a lot of patience. That's a lot of bad press to just stampede over you while you sit silent. Because he needed to wait until he had an uninterrupted, unfiltered moment to speak his truth, his side of the story. And he's had his moment. And I believe every word he's saying. And that's usually rare. I usually don't believe every word somebody says, but on the stand, I believe every word he said. I don't think he embellished or exaggerated anything. So let's jump into the chat here. This has to take a toll on Johnny. Yes, Rose, I'm sure it takes a huge toll on him mentally, psychologically, I mean, physically. It's just draining, just sitting there. But I think it's a bit of a relief that he's aware that the whole world is on his side. So that has to cheer him up a little bit. Yes, Sweet Marie Honeybee, looks like he was trying not to cry. It did look like he was trying to hold back those tears. He was choking up a little bit a couple times, I noticed. Alex Summers says, now the entire world knows what a monster is. Yes, this is what a monster looks like. How much Amber time is left? I think her clock has run out of time. Stan says at Darth News, but you can get donations via Streamlabs. See, I didn't know that, man. I'm such a terrible YouTuber. I'm a newbie when it comes to these live streams. I'm a rookie, and I don't know. Today is the first time I figured out how to share a screen and stream through StreamYard. So I will figure that out hopefully as soon as possible, so I can stream more often and get donations and find that workaround the super chats. I appreciate that, Stan. Thanks for letting me know. Yana says he's strong inside. He's coped this long with it all. Yeah, he has coped. He has coped a long time with it. And I think it's just got to be frustrating when, he's taking the stand again to continue telling his story or retelling it, and they just keep shutting him up. They just keep objecting. It's frustrating. One Hand Bandit says, I still remember my first mega pint. I know, my first one was like, 2.5 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago now. But if you guys are interested in seeing what the public has to say about the trial, my last video shows the difference between what happens when Amber Heard arrives in court and what happens when Johnny Depp pulls up. The love is not there for Amber. Rose says, support Darth News. Thank you, Rose. I do need the support, because YouTube doesn't like me. April Johnson says, Darth, I didn't know where you went. What do you mean by that, April? I went to a lot of places recently, so you got to be more specific. Thank you, Tanya. Appreciate that. See, well, I see that's because I actually mentioned that in one of my videos a long time ago, where I was reading comments, and I was like, "Is it Yana or Jana?" I don't know. But thank you. I'm glad it's Jana with a J sound, not a soft Y. I didn't think you were Spanish, but who knows? Tal King says, Darth is the real deal, a wonderful, caring, trustworthy guy with a heart of gold. Oh, thanks. This is like is this like a birthday card? Come on, that's way too nice. But I appreciate the love. I do. Some people don't understand me, and that's fine. I'm not here to make everybody understand me. So Sonny says mega turd or poop or shit. Okay, so are we? Yeah, I guess we are. We're still there. I thought we were taking our afternoon break, but it looks like the camera's still on Johnny. Anyway, so Depp basically was just talking about the day his mom passed away, which was May 20th, 2016. And then just a week later, on the 27th of May, which was his daughter's birthday, and the same weekend that Alice the Looking Glass opened, and he was in Australia, is when Amber Heard filed the restraining order, which is it just doesn't make any logical sense. There was no threat to her. She was just being dramatic and setting up pieces to this, I don't know, this game that she was playing. Oh, and not to mention, he never took those 8 to 10 pills of MDMA. I said that in one of my previous videos. I was like, there's no way he took 8 to 10 pills of MDMA. There's just no way. I said he would have overdosed. Some people are like, no, you could take more than that and you wouldn't overdose. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't know how experienced Johnny is with MDMA, but I'm just going to assume he never took a handful of 10 pills, because that would have probably killed him. And that's exactly what he said. I mean, it's just common sense. And Depp showed, sympathy towards Whitney. He was like, she's always getting the dirty end of the stick. What he meant to say is the shit end of the stick. Because he knew Amber kind of, I guess, abused her in similar ways that she, abused him. And then the way Amber was just smiling, her smugness. Oh, it was just, I just I wanted to serve my own justice. I wanted to reach to the screen and pull her through my end and just bam, hit her back into her chair. Every time she smiled, I was like, Amber, do you think this is funny? Is this funny to you? Do you think this is a fucking joke? Do you see anyone else having a laugh? Anyway. They'll decide after lunch if he can testify. Yes, I guess we'll see. I would have loved to see Whitney's face when Johnny was talking about Whitney. Yeah, I would have loved to see that too. Too bad I'm not in the court. I don't think I'm going to be in the court tomorrow either, because in order to do that, I would have to be there around 7 p.m. today and wait in line until tomorrow morning. And I just don't want to do that again. It was just miserable. So, I'm not going to be back into the courtroom, but from all the days that I was in the courtroom and all the notes I took on the jury, I do get a lot of questions about the jury's reactions. In the beginning, the first couple weeks, they showed a bit more of emotional reactions, such as eye rolls or just almost under their breath scoffs, just like, or they would just look down, and you could kind of read them, but the last few weeks of trial, they've been stone faced. The day that I did get into the courtroom, when I was outside all night on the street sidewalk, I did study the jury, and they weren't giving me anything. There's no way you could read them. If anybody tells you otherwise, if any other person in the court tells you, "Oh, I read their expressions like this or that," they're just straight up lying. They were emotionless, like total poker face. So there's no point in trying to read the jury. We just have to have faith that they are making the right decision. Darth, you should have gave Johnny a Darth News sticker. I know. I only have 2 stickers left, and one of them was returned to me in the mail, so I need to ship it back out to the sender. I have to get more stickers. I'm going to upgrade the style, the look of it, and we'll get more. I'm sure Johnny will do another movie premiere somewhere in LA, and I'll just show up to that one, and I'll be like, "Yo, Sean Bett, here, take the sticker." Wonder where Eve Barlow is now. She's probably hiding. I haven't heard a peep from her, and I follow her on Twitter. Not because I enjoy what she's doing. So all these people must be so zonked out of their fucking mind. Like staying up all night waiting in line is it's no fun. Like you feel like a crackhead sitting in that chair. And it was so weird, like, because when I was when I was in court after pulling the all-nighter, I looked around and I was like, these people look like zombies. Like I was like, there's no way that cup of coffee is doing anything for you right now. I don't know. There's one person was just taking Adderall. Oh, it's so funny. Yeah, look. Some of these faces are like, oh, God, I just want to get out of here, but I can't because I support Johnny, and I just like. Some people just look so look at these frowns. Look at those frowns. And these are not Amber supporters. These are all Johnny supporters. And there's Whitney. I would have loved the camera to show us Whitney. Everyone make sure to hit the thumbs up and show that support. Thanks, One Hand Bandit. I'm actually kind of like ambidextrous hand bandit. If you catch my my joke. Her sister looks so sad. Well, she always has that sad look. I mean, look at Amber. She looks depressed. Like, I think she's actually starting to freak out. I think now is it's like the 11th hour, and I think she's starting to worry. Hey, Sherry, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm glad you what the hell? I'm glad you got to catch me live. I never do live streams, like never. So so I'm really happy you managed to catch it. Maybe I'll do more streams in the future. But this is the first time I've actually streamed anything related to this trial. So yes, I know that. I was definitely I was. And I I realized that once I jumped on their stream. So I went to Long Crime and I was on their live stream looking at the crowd, and all of a sudden I was like, "Oh wait, I was directly in front of the camera." So I know, but keep it a secret. Shh. I just want to know what they're saying. TMZ better not fuck this up, man. They fuck everything up. Pines and Needles. Very happy to catch. Thanks, Darth. I thank you for showing up. I appreciate it. Thank you. Do more, Darthy. What kind of more? What do you mean, do more what? I will be there at the end of the day to catch Johnny leaving. This is my first live with you. Did you get recognition for news outlets using your footage? No, I did not get any recognition. Of course not. Inside Edition, Fox News, CNN. Was it the Daily? Not the Daily Beast, something else. I don't know. There was a bunch of outlets, including other YouTube channels, that just straight up jacked my footage and didn't even, didn't give me like any credit or anything. So it is what it is. I can't complain though. This trial has probably been the best thing to happen to my channel. So I am appreciative one way or the other. But it is a little bit of a slap in the face when, mainstream outlets take your footage and show it like it's their footage. Yeah, that is a little shitty. Yeah, I got spotted. Oh shit. Unbox PhD. What about Unbox? See, Unbox, he's a grifter. Oh wait, Unbox used my wait, hold on. Rose, are you saying Unbox actually used my footage? If that is true, I need to know where. Cause hey man, an eye for an eye. He struck my channel. Andromeda, what's going on? Yes, look at her stupid face. Her face is quite punchable.
Mr. Tobin,
Yes, Your Honor.
how you doing, sir?
Very well, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, we're back. Whatever this is.
Thank you, Mr. Tobin. If you could just come to the center. Okay. Sure. Thank you, sir. Go to the other side. All right. Mr. Tobin, if you want to.
Certainly, Your Honor. Thank you.
I got to make this relatively short, as you can understand, but I wanted to take up your motion. I have read your motion and the declaration and everything attached to it in all the cases. And I have reviewed it, so I'd rather you not regurgitate that based on our time limit, but anything you wish to add to that is fine. If you want to, if I could focus you a little bit.
Please.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Yes, sir. As far as your comments about Virginia Rule of Evidence 2:508, that's a criminal rule of evidence. So that's not your
Understood, Your Honor.
not your strongest argument. And as far as what goes on is when the or if the witness testifies, whether it's hearsay or it's third-party knowledge, that's something I'll deal with at trial. So again, not what I'm concerned with. As far as Supreme Court Rule 314, which I would like you to talk a little bit about that as far as intervention. And I got to tell you where I'm at right now. The concern, the issue I have with the argument is intervention obviously would make you a plaintiff or defendant in the case, and it has to deal with an issue that's germane to this case, and this is a defamation case. So if you could just tailor your argument to that issue, sir.
Sure, I'm happy to address the intervention. For the record, Your Honor, Charles Tobin from the law firm of Ballard Spahr.
Yes,
Here
sir, Mr.
representing TMZ, which is the publisher of news and entertainment for the celebrity and entertainment industry. And Your Honor, we're seeking to intervene simply to protect the relationship between reporters and their sources when it comes to reporting news in the public interest. We, as the court noted, we really don't have a dog in this hunt as far as Mr. DEPP misheard. We're really here purely on the First Amendment-based issue of reporters' privilege and reporters and their sources. Your Honor, the intervention rule, as the court is aware, allows intervention by anybody where the issue is germane to the subject matter of the proceeding. And certainly, Your Honor, the purported testimony, the proffered testimony of a former employee of TMZ who purports to be in a position to disclose confidential information learned during the operation of journalism, during his work as a journalist, is a germane issue that is being raised in this case. And Your Honor, we would point the court to the Tafts, Fletcher, Molden, and Reed versus Southern Bank and Trust case, 213 Virginia Circuit Lexus 253. It's a Norfolk Circuit Court decision from 2013. And there it was an interpleader action. The funds had been interpleaded into the court by two trust companies that were fighting over it. And the man who had sold his property, who had no interest in the funds themselves, intervened in the case because he was uncertain as to his liability for excess funds, which was an issue that was not directly in litigation between the two parties. It was not part of the cause of action between the two trusts fighting over the money that had been pleaded into the court. The circuit court held that certainly the rights of that man was going to be affected by the decision-making in the case. He would be prejudiced if he didn't have an opportunity to intervene, and no party was in a position to assert his rights. And so similarly here, Your Honor, TMZ is a news organization. It routinely accepts information, as is common in journalism, under exchanges of promises of confidentiality. If it is not able to intervene in this action, and neither of the parties is going to be in a position to assert the reporter's privilege, it is TMZ's journalist privilege that we're talking about, then the rights are certainly going to be prejudiced.
Well, but if the witness, in all the cases, and I reviewed the cases that you had, in those cases, the witness was compelled to testify and came and was forced to testify, so there was an issue about the privilege of the witness. It's my understanding in this case, this witness wants to testify and is not under subpoena.
He has been subpoenaed, Your Honor.
Are we subpoenaed?
That's incorrect, Your Honor. He's voluntarily, a subpoena from this court would not be enforceable.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have a copy of a subpoena that was entered last night compelling Mr. Tremaine to give testimony in this case. And so he is coming under a compulsion under
Well,
subpoena.
and
And
if he takes a stand and he asserts some sort of privilege, then that's something I will deal with at that time.
sure, but I'm here because of the scenario where he may not assert that privilege.
Right, exactly. And
And-
that's,
and
that's,
his
and that's
team-
why I'm saying all your cases that you showed were the opposite, where they did assert the privilege.
Well, it is a unique situation.
Right,
where-
and I understand you might have some issues with a former employee and you have some avenues to go deal with that.
But once he testifies and the privilege is waived, we have lost our opportunity to intervene and
I
to
understand.
intercede.
All right.
And Your Honor, the privilege, I know, Your Honor, you said you read the case law.
I did.
Appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
But the privilege, it has been recognized by the Virginia Supreme
Right.
Court in the Brown case and applied by the circuit courts uniformly. It is a very important underpinning of the relationship between reporters and sources and reporters and the public. Without the ability to enforce its promises by current employees or former employees, a news organization will have absolutely no control over being able to enforce its promises. And so we would ask the court to permit us to intervene and to assert the privilege that belongs to TMZ, which is the organization, after all, Your Honor, that would be responsible to the source if the privilege were waived.
All right, I understand, Mr. Tobin, your argument. I appreciate it very much. Okay, did the parties wish to be heard?
Good morning, good afternoon, Your Honor. I'd like to begin where Your Honor began. As a threshold matter, the court should deny TMZ's motion to intervene. Intervention is not appropriate for the reasons suggested in Your Honor's questions. As Your Honor is well aware, intervention is only appropriate with leave of court where a third party seeks to, quote, file a pleading to intervene as a plaintiff or as a defendant to assert any claim or defense germane to the subject matter of the proceeding, unquote. Virginia Supreme Court Rule 3:14. As Mr. Tobin, to his credit, has conceded, TMZ is not asking to file a pleading. It cannot properly categorize itself either as plaintiff nor defendant, and it seeks to assert no claim or defense germane to the subject matter of this action. Moreover, even if the privilege were applicable, which is not the case here, the testimony intended is directly relevant and would outweigh any qualified privilege. Quote, an intervener must be asserting an interest that is part of the subject matter of the litigation, unquote, Hudson versus Jarrett, 269 Virginia 24/32. Here, as Mr. Tobin stated, TMZ seeks to protect potential information solicited from a third-party witness, which is in no way a matter before this court, citing Commonwealth versus Gill, 89 Virginia Circuit 323, a 2014 case denying a motion to intervene where the intervener filed it, quote, to protect a property right, not a matter before the court, unquote. The outcome of this trial will not affect TMZ, and it does not have a sufficient interest in the subject matter of this suit to intervene. See Texas Fletcher, Maiden and Reed PC versus Bank National Trust Co. 2013 Westlaw 5849140. Granting, and this is distinguishing it, granting the motion to intervene where the intervener's liability would be affected by the outcome of the litigation. Finally, Your Honor, TMZ lacks standing to object to testimony by a third party in this action because TMZ, as Your Honor pointed out, is not being compelled to testify. TMZ's reliance on the Philip Morris case for the proposition that the privilege cannot be circumvented by seeking confidential source information from an employee is inapposite. 36 VA Circuit at 1. For one thing, as noted in that case, there is no testimonial privilege akin to that enjoyed under the Fifth Amendment, which would allow a reporter to refuse to appear before a grand jury and answer questions. And Philip Morris, as Your Honor is aware, the party issued a third-party subpoena for records to trace confidential sources. Philip Morris is inapposite here, as that case related, as this case is related to witness testimony, not records. As Your Honor suggested, TMZ's quarrel, if any, is with Mr. Tremaine to the extent that he had an NDA that was enforceable, applicable, and that's not what we're hearing from Mr. Tobin. So to the extent that TMZ, which is not exactly Edward R. Murrow, Your Honor, to the extent they have a beef, as it were, a cognizable beef, it is with Mr. Tremaine. It is not with Mr. Depp, and they clearly do not have standing to assert or to intervene because they're not intervening as a party, plaintiff or defendant. So we respectfully submit, to the extent the court disagrees, I can go into the arguments
That's
why
right,
the
sir.
privilege is inapplicable, but I will
right,
reserve that.
Thank you. All right, yes, ma'am?
Your Honor, I would like to weigh in from just a different perspective,
Okay.
and that is because we're trying to deal with some important issues of privilege, et cetera. But from our perspective, representing Ms. Hurd, we have issues with this witness separately, and I want to make them very clear for the record. This is somebody who should have been identified in discovery, was never. Second of all, it's not relevant whether, apparently what they're saying he's going to testify, and we have not had the opportunity to discover that, is he's going to claim that someone leaked to TMZ that Ms. Hurd was going to obtain the TRO on that Friday and also leak the video, the kitchen video with Mr. Depp being rather violent. I'm almost certain he's not going to claim it's Ms. Hurd, so I think it's never going to come in.
Right. Ms. Butterhoff, I understand all that argument. Do you
hearsay.
have any argument as to this particular motion?
No, my
Okay, well, then we can address
well,
your.
my point is, though, if you balance the prejudice versus the probative value, I don't even see how he can come in on foundation or
what-
hearsay or relevance.
That's just not part of this motion at this time. Thank you, ma'am. All right, Mr. Tobin, your motion, you get the last word, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. You know, I appreciate that the court shook your head when he made the snarky comment that this is not Edward R. Murrow. Obviously, the First Amendment applies to everybody, citizens, the New York Times, or TMZ. And this is a First Amendment-based privilege. Your Honor, the Philip Morris case is actually a very good case to answer Your Honor's question about the intervention of somebody else in order to assert the privilege. ABC was a defendant in the case, and it moved in order to prevent other people, the phone company.
But they were already in
airlines.
the case in that particular.
I understand.
matter.
There is no other mechanism, though, and so it would be an interesting procedural issue for appeal, Your Honor, whether a journalism organization, or anybody else who's a First Amendment holder would be denied intervention on a constitutional-based privilege. I also, just for the record and for the merits of the case, if I understood Mr. Chu correctly, he said this is not an issue in the litigation. This does not relate to an issue in the litigation. Well, if it's not an issue in the litigation, if it's not part of a prima facie part of the defense, part of the allegations of the complaint, if it's impeachment evidence, if it's collateral to the main issues in the case, under the Brown v. Commonwealth decision under the Virginia Supreme Court, under the application of that privilege in the Philip Morris versus ABC News, it is not supposed to be compelled in this case.
Which is, again, it's not being compelled, it appears.
Well, he is appearing by subpoena, and it is a compulsory process, and he will have an obligation unless he asserts privilege under oath. But it is our privilege, Your Honor. It's not an employee, a loyal or a rogue employee's privilege to waive on behalf of its employer. This is an unusual situation.
Tell me about
But the answers are there in the law, and it is a First Amendment concern.
This is not the first unusual situation in this case. I can
For either
tell you
of us,
for Mr. Tobin.
for anybody here, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you coming in today, and I
Thank you,
appreciate
Your
your
Honor.
arguments. Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, in this matter, under Virginia Rule Supreme Court 3:14, a new party may intervene as a plaintiff or defendant to assert any claim or defense germane to the subject matter of the proceeding. A new party may not intervene unless they assert some right involved in the underlying litigation. A party is not entitled to intervene merely because a byproduct of the litigation adversely impacts them, and the decision to allow intervention is within the broad discretion of the trial court. Here, the rights asserted are not germane to the trial. The central issues in this case are whether defendant defamed plaintiff and whether plaintiff defamed defendant through a theory of vicarious liability. The issue of the confidentiality of sources has not come up as in other cases cited by EHM, which is the corporation that TMZ belongs to, is under their umbrella. In Brown versus the Commonwealth, there was an attempt by the criminal defendant to subpoena institutions in order to obtain the name of the confidential source. When the author of the article was subpoenaed, she refused to identify her confidential source on the stand. And in this case, it appears that the witness is willing to state the name of the confidential source without being compelled voluntarily. Whether that breaches a non-disclosure agreement between Mr. Tremaine and EHM is not germane to this matter and can be litigated in a separate matter if EHM so chooses. And while breaches of contract must be taken seriously, and the court does, any alleged breach is not germane to the underlying litigation here. That contractual action has no bearing on this case and is thus not germane to this litigation. Therefore, I'll deny the non-party EHM Productions motion to intervene.
Thank you, Your
All right.
Honor.
Thank
For
you.
the record, I've known Mr. Tobin for several years. I meant no snarkiness toward him.
Well, you're just a snarky guy.
No.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you did not.
Hello.
Hello.
Fully. And so.
For the record, yes.
For the
sir.
record. And so I would ask, may I have the opportunity to object when Mr. Tremaine is questioned by question?
No, sir, you're not a party to this case. However, I will note for your record your objection to his complete testimony on behalf of your client.
Oh my God, I
Okay,
cannot.
thank you.
Oh my.
Microphone.
You're just a
As
snarky
with the
guy.
Hicksville, witness,
Oh.
eyewitness, we could voir dire him before the jury to find out when he contacted counsel and when they became aware of it. And I think also, under the circumstances, in fairness, I think we should at least be able to ask him what he's going to claim.
Response.
Your Honor, I don't think that's appropriate. Certainly, I don't think a proffer is necessary or appropriate in this case.
I'm not going to do a proffer in this matter, okay? All right. Oh, Mr. Rottenberg, I was
Sorry.
almost at lunch.
I know, I'm so sorry.
Oh my
But
God.
I truly am the messenger here. Mr. Murphy, just that he has to just clarify one thing about.
One clarification.
Okay,
Your Honor.
all right,
I
okay.
apologize.
That's fine.
Oh,
I think we need Myers.
Okay,
Of course you need
what is happening right here? But first, welcome, guys. Thank you for joining me on the stream.
Well, thank you that we can join you. It's an
Uh,
honor.
Of course, of course. So what is happening right now? I kind of missed it. I ran to the bathroom.
Well, I'm a little bit confused what is happening. Only that, they were talking about being snarky, and I'm like, oh God, I can't. Like my head hurts with Elaine and Rottenborg being rotten, and
I know they're all snarky. That word wraps up like her whole team. But so TMZ was what was TMZ was pissed that they used their footage, right? Is that
yes, and there was an employee, right, that was supposed to testify.
right? I
And then he
heard
doesn't
about
come.
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's so stupid that they say, yeah, but it's our video. It's like, no, bitch, it's, oh, excuse me for my language, but it's not your
That's okay.
video because you got the video from Amber. I mean, how else did you get that video?
I know. Did they copyright the video? And I mean, and if the video leaked online anyway, then that's kind of like public domain now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's so stupid. Like,
All right.
TMZ can
So
talk
court will be
trash
in
about
recess until
everybody,
back
but
at
when they,
2, so
oh,
everybody gets
sorry.
an hour for lunch, okay? All right, 2 o'clock.
Okay, lunchtime.
Man, this does not look good for Amber. Tell you that.
Yeah.
Even though you can't read the jury, just listening to this, there's no way. There's no way that Amber's gonna. I will punch myself in the face if Amber wins this case, or if Johnny loses, or if they both lose the case, because they could just be like, you're both crazy. Get me out of this court.
Oh, I will give myself a real broken nose, not like Amber is saying about her nose.
Exactly.
Yeah. I even got my lip got even busted this week. I don't even know what I did, and like on my nose I got a scratch. And I'm like, oh, maybe I should do that as as a picture to tell like somebody abused me, without that being how do you call it? Oh my God, I'm losing my words today. Since I'm in Italy, I'm losing my English.
Oh, you're in Italy. What part of Italy are you in?
I'm next to Chioggia.
Okay, I know kind of where that is.
Yeah, well, it's under Venice.
Yeah, I lied.
Yeah, it's a very nice place. It's very old. I love it.
Well, almost everywhere in Italy is very old and rustic. I love it. Like, I mean, that's
Yeah,
that's what I love about. I mean, every city is. It's like the outside is the original structure and the inside is all modern. It's very cool. But
exactly. And that's what I love about Europe because it has so much history, especially like Rome. Like I went to Rome like 3 years ago. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. Like it's a beautiful, beautiful city. Have you been there?
I have, yes. But I want to like just ask you, like, what did you think Johnny accomplished from
Well,
going back on the stand?
I think what he accomplished for sure is that he's a real person with his own story, and you really could see, like, you don't have to be a victim of something to know when somebody is telling the truth. Like you said, you don't trust somebody straight away with their words. And we all know that he stutters and stuff. And when he was saying, when he had explained about Amber's testimony, how he felt about it, or trying to get the right words, he just could not find it. And it makes a lot of sense, because when you went through something so horrible, it is very hard to find the right word to explain what went through. And like with her lying and fake, oh my God, I can't remember that, fake crying, but all that stuff, I think it was a good thing to see him one more time, to see his actual emotions. And I'm so happy that they showed that picture from where were they, in the Bangkok?
Yeah, you mean like the dinner party?
Yes, like you clearly could see the black eye on his face, and she had nothing on her face. And I'm so happy they showed that in courtroom, because I was already disappointed that they could not, show that a recording here from Australia, when Dr. Kipper literally said, like, how could you do that to yourself? How do you feel about it? How can you live with that? I don't know a lot about court, but that was definitely something that was really disappointing, that they could not, let the judge hear. I don't know. Can they hear it backstage or not? Like that kind of recording, or is that impossible?
What do you mean backstage?
Well, not backstage, sorry, but like behind the scenes, so to speak, like with the Australian recording.
Oh. Well, hold on, I'm confused. What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, Darth. Well, what I mean, you have that recording of, in a hospital when Johnny just lost his finger.
Right.
And you have Jerry Judge, and then Dr. Kipper and the nurse.
Yes.
And you literally can hear Kipper saying, like, how could you do that to Johnny?
Yes. Okay. I'm following.
Yeah. So I was wondering, maybe they could hear, like, not on live TV, maybe behind the scenes.
Oh, I do think that the jury has access to like all of the audio. I mean, so do we. If you go to the Virginia Circuit County Court, the Fairfax court website, all of the evidence that has been submitted is right there. You can just go listen to it all, look at all the images, all the texts. It's all there. Oh, here we go. All right. What's up, Fanta?
Hey, Darth.
How are you?
Hey.
Thanks for joining.
Yeah, you are a hard man to get a hold of.
I know. I was gonna like do like a time lapse screen record of like my notifications, just so people can understand that it's impossible. But thank you.
I tagged you on Twitter, and then I went to DMs, and I'm like, message me on Instagram, because my messages here are all jacked up. Go to Instagram. I'm commenting. Please look at your message.
I'm so
But you're
sorry.
cool.
No,
You
no, it's okay. Call me
I thought
out. I
I
deserve
was
it.
upset. No, I'm not trying to do that. I'm just saying because I had talked to you a week or so ago
Yes.
about,
I remember.
collabing, and I didn't message you about it, and I felt bad, so I thought you were upset with me.
No, I could never be upset with you. No, not at all.
Oh,
No.
goodness.
Okay.
No, I've been
Oh,
upset.
can
I've
I
been
show for
upset
you
with a
just a
few other
second?
people. Oh yeah, sure. You want to show for
Uh,
yourself?
yeah, not, nah. I'm on YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. Phantasmagorical, you'll find me.
Yes,
But
go give her a follow.
I'm over on Tugs, in his chat and stuff. And just to let you know, he has shouted you out 2 days in a row
Really, damn it.
Boom.
I feel terrible.
for your coverage.
I feel bad that I've missed it. Man, that's awesome. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know
Yeah.
because recently haven't felt too welcomed by the
Yeah.
the creators that talk about the trial. But it is good to hear that because Tug is the first YouTuber I think that I started listening to,
Mm.
and he's still
Me too.
he's still kind of like my primary source of like immediate, direct,
Mm-hmm.
real information.
Yeah,
Yeah,
me
so
too.
that's
But
awesome.
But he did. Yeah,
Okay.
he put you in the category with others for following the whole case, as long as you have been, not just the trial. He's shouting you out for the work you've done for,
Yeah.
for the
Yeah.
truth, I think.
Yes, exactly.
I
And
mean,
Darth, you're doing an amazing job. Those haters can go F themselves, like for real.
no, I know.
Like, no, but I know but we also understand, like, being hated is never easy, especially, like you said, when you look up to somebody and then all of a sudden they treat you like shit, it's never fun. But from all of us here in your community right here, you're doing a fantastic job. We love your content. Of course, there will be people that doesn't understand your humor and all that stuff. That's okay. But for everybody right here, I will tell you in person right here, Darth, you are an amazing guy. You're funny as hell, and you just be you. And if somebody doesn't understand it,
Right.
it is what it is, But you're working so hard, and I'm so happy that I asked you to give the book because you were very trustworthy, and I knew I could trust you.
I was really worried about, speaking of the book, man, I was so worried that I was not going to get the book into his hands. Like I tried like creeping out by the bathrooms, waiting for one of his yeah, I tried waiting for one of his attorneys to walk by or his bodyguard, and like every time I wanted to I hand it to him, I either like just kind of wussed out or
my God.
or there was like a police officer there and I didn't know if I was like allowed to hand somebody something during it. So I just was like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get on this book. And like, one day before the crowd got too crazy, I was like, this is the day. He's gonna cruise slowly. I'm just gonna put that book right in the window and I'm gonna drop it in his lap. And I envisioned that, and it just kind of happened. And I was like, yay!
You were also so fun, like it was so cute.
I was so excited. I was like, ah!
Yeah, you did it. You did it. I was joking last time, right? That I said only Johnny could see because I gave you permission to, look in the book too, because I trusted you and I wanted to see you too, to for feedback and all that stuff. So,
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm so grateful for you. Like, I really am, because I was like, normally I will go to this, but being from Europe with COVID and everything is impossible. And I'm so happy that I found you. Tanya told me, Alex told me to I was like, okay, I would try my best to contact you. And it all, it was, we were a great team, and it was all worth it in the end.
Yeah,
So thank you so
were
much.
great. You got that book printed and shipped to me from overseas like so fast. I couldn't believe how I was like, there's no way that book's gonna show up to my address before I
Oh my
leave.
God, I was so nervous. No, it was actually Shutterfly. It was it is from USA, but you never know if when it gets delayed or not. And I was like, oh my God, I didn't have to it on time. Oh shit, right. I need to pay. I was like, oh shit, and that is going. Oh wait, at that time, please, universe, please answer my prayer that Darth will get a book on time. And you did, thank God, just before the day before. So
And
I'm
speaking of,
so happy.
did you say you were interested in doing a second book?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
But
so
but let me tell you something. I want to do with you because I would love to have your help in that book.
sure.
Oh, cool.
Like, you know, I would love for you to write the back cover, and I would love to for you to write the intro. And yeah, just help me with making the book very special because, you know, I would love to have your
I'll do my
creativity.
best. I'll do my best. But I was saying, not just me. I wanted to. Everybody can help make the book special. You know, everyone who didn't get a chance to say something in the first
Mhm.
book, I think should have a chance in this book. Um,
Yeah,
unless you want
agree.
people to, you know, I think everybody said what they need to say in the first one. I think new people should have a chance.
Yes, no, definitely. The first, I think first the new people, and then the people that were already in the book, they can join, of course, because I don't want to, you know, make people feel like they're outsiders or whatever. But yeah, first the new persons, and then in the end, like also old ones to, you know, say something new to him, something loving. But yeah, I definitely would love to have your creativity helping me with the book because yeah, I will. I really will be honored to have your help.
Love to, love to.
That,
All
that's
right.
awesome.
Yeah. So anybody else that wants to jump in here?
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
I'm okay. I've been waiting for Tao to finish talking.
Wow.
Oh, I'm
Tell her,
sorry.
she's excited. You got to cut her some
I know what she's like. I know what she's like.
Well, thank you very much, Tanya. I will go away. Bye.
Hey, Tanya,
Hi, Fanta.
I messaged you too. I'm like, have you
I
talked to
know. I
Darth?
replied to you. I replied to you. Did you not see it?
No,
Well,
not yet.
you both in how do you Darth say he's a neither how about social media, something like that. Neither how, I don't know how do you pronounce it
He
in
what?
English. You know, like a person from the Stone Age.
Oh, Neanderthal.
Yeah,
Neanderthal.
oh my God.
Neanderthal. Okay, yeah.
Oh, a Neanderthal. Okay.
Holy
Oh
crap.
my goodness.
Hi, Joe. I know Joe in real life, so
Hi, Joe.
because Joe is she's an army cadet instructor, and I used to be. So.
Can we say that again?
Oh, Joe saying hello to me in the chat, and I was just saying I know Joe in real life because she's an army cadet instructor, and I used to be
Oh, no way. Army cadet
instructor. Yeah,
instructor. Damn.
yeah.
So you're badasses. Okay. And do you
But
know
I'm guessing she's still
is
in.
it just total coincidence that you're both in the same chat here, or?
No.
Oh, okay.
I spotted her one day in, I think, your chat. It might have been, yeah, I think it was your chat. But I know someone else that his name's Tricky. He used to also be an army cadet instructor. He's also following the case, so I think he mainly follows Tug.
Yeah, he's the main source. Which when Elaine
And I
when
think
Elaine
CBJ
was
Raw.
just brought him up, I was just like, oh my God, I can't. Why are you? The fact that you're talking about YouTubers and just people on Twitter is just it's sad. It's pathetic, and it just was desperate. And I was like, what are you? It's just a distraction.
Exactly.
There was really no point to even bring it up.
Mm-hmm.
It was when she called him that umbrella man. I was just laughing. And that guy.
Yeah, and she messed his name up twice on purpose. I
But it was
I
the
felt like it
guy
was
that got
purpose.
me.
Yeah,
When he went, honestly, this sounds like schizophrenia.
yes, yeah, that was the best part. He was like, I just want to come here and tell my truth, tell what happened. Like, I mean, because the truth is Amber's crazy, but I was happy.
I mean,
You know, he
I
wasn't
understand.
going there to be famous. He was going there to just like tell the truth.
Yeah, I understand that the guy was there to tell the story about Hicksville, but the way that they spoke to him, like they kept objecting when he was saying, "Oh, I know because I was in a abusive, and then it was objection.
Yeah,
It's
like
like,
what the hell is that?
you're trying to make it sound like because he's a man. I mean, that's where it came across to me.
Yeah.
Because he's a man, he's not allowed to tell his story.
Hmm. I find it so ridiculous because I've knew guys in the past that cannot stand up for themselves. Like, yes, okay, maybe a man is stronger, but not everybody's very confident. And I had a friend that had a girlfriend, and the girlfriend was very bossy and very abusive, and he could not even say anything. And and then when I said, yeah, I never seen a man cry, it's not normal. I'm like, bitch, it is normal. Like, we all are human beings. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. We are human beings. We have our emotions. It's the same with Johnny. And also, it has nothing to do with him being famous, being a star, because he started from nothing, from a multimillionaire, because he was working his ass off. And in the end, he has his own life, he has his own family, his own insecurities. He never had a perfect life. You already heard that about his mom and this, that, and everything like that. And I find it so ridiculous that Amber and the team is like, yeah, but he was a star. Like, no, stop. He's a human being, just like Darth and all the guys that are here on the chat. You're a human being. Nobody, not everybody's confident as hell. And yeah, that just pissed me off, because I was like, it's just so disrespectful, and I just cannot believe that she dares to do that. And now today, like you said, when she was smiling and laughing, but Johnny was being really serious about it being abused, I was like, that girl has no shame, and she has no sympathy from me, and she will never get any sympathy from me ever. It's I don't understand how that kind of a human being can exist, because she has no soul.
Pines and Needles was just said in the chat, but they let Josh Drew testify that he was a victim of DV. From my understanding from watching Come Geeksome, they've got a lady on there called Linda, who's something to do with law, but not a lawyer. It's because it was a deposition. So even though things are objected to, they're still allowed to speak about them. Those are the rules, apparently. I don't understand. And Josh Drew's testimony in the deposition was from 2019, so I'm guessing that's why.
Yeah,
Sorry, go on.
Darth?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. No, I'm listening to you guys. It's actually
Okay. I'm having.
Feel
Who
free
is that in the chat? Are they taking a piss?
That's Mary Lynn. No.
Hi.
Because Darth's always joking.
Can
No,
you
they're
hear
going
me?
Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter.
No,
Guys.
I was just.
What? Go ahead. Sorry, there's a lot of people in the chat. I'm sorry.
I don't think my mic is working.
No, we can hear
Carmen?
you.
I was just going to say that I'm having horrible.
Oh,
can you hear me?
Yeah.
It's a horrible time to cut out.
Oh,
I don't know what it sounded like. So that's what I wanted to say is I'm having horrible. I'm going to private chat you.
Okay.
Because I'm having issues with my sound and stuff.
Okay, as long as I thought you were going to say IBS.
I can hear you fine, Santa.
All right, private chat.
No. No. Since you can hear me right this second, I love you, Darth. Keep doing what you're doing. It's amazing. I love your humor. I love your dedication. And you do it all basically for free. And that says something, and I just wanted to commend you for that. And look for my messages, man.
I will. I promise. And thank you for the acknowledgement. I do appreciate it.
Okay.
Well, we all feel that way, Dar.
Yeah. I mean, I was monetized for like.
I've got your back. I do.
I know you do. I
really 6 minutes.
Wouldn't be here without a group of you guys, and I think you all know who you are.
We love you, Dar.
I love you guys too.
I better be one of them.
I
So
do.
much
We
so
do.
much I love it.
And I'm gonna go for now before I get all choppy.
All,
No,
all,
Thank you for having me
all good. You're welcome.
on your
Bye,
panel.
Tanya.
I'll be here. I don't know. I might
Bye,
go get some
bye,
food and
Tanya.
come back.
Bye.
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 Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
See, that's what I love about this community. We all can be ourselves, you know. It doesn't matter where you're from, how you look like, whatever. You know, we all have love for each other, no matter what, and I love it.
Yeah, I do agree. I agree. Yes, we can be ourselves for the.
Did
Yeah,
you work out what the TMZ guy was there for, Darth? Because I know
I
you was
I,
questioning it.
I don't know if I don't know what his goal was, but I know the motivation
He
was
was
he TMZ didn't give permission to use that footage as evidence.
well. See, that's the thing.
They're trying to
He was
claim
there
ownership.
from
Yeah.
yeah. He was there
But it's
for a
that's like
motion
that.
to
But
strike the testimony of
Yeah,
the
but,
because the
I don't see
subpoena.
how TMZ can own that if it's a video of Johnny taken by Amber in private.
yeah, but also
Well,
let's
because she sold it, so it's
years.
her.
So that's
It's her
because she
property.
sold her soul. That just
But
I know she sold it.
she,
She's the one who gave it to him.
but
She,
I think what Ben Chu's trying to get is that TMZ showed the edited version, so they've technically only got the
Exactly.
copyright for that version, and in the courtroom, the full version has been shown, so they don't have the copyright for that version.
okay,
Exactly.
okay.
But also, it's been for 6 years on the internet, and now all of a sudden, after 6 years, you go like, "No, but we own the video." When the whole internet was
I
used.
used it, and I didn't get a copyright.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
And it
That's
was
right.
edited, like you said. It was not
but
the
did
full
you
video.
use the edited one or the full one?
I think it was the actual TMZ YouTube clip that I cut.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and they didn't even strike me or copyright
Well,
me.
here's the thing: they know they're fucked. I'm sorry for my language, but they know they're fucked
Well,
because
this is Darth News. You can say whatever
okay, that's true.
whatever you want.
You even said the C word and all that stuff, but you know they used the edited video without her smirking in the end, and now it is an unedited video, and all of a sudden they're like, "No, but you can't use it." I'm like, "Bitch, you just did that, and now you try to, being innocent or whatever." It's like, no,
Yeah.
absolutely not, because he did something injustice, like literally.
Well, she tried to
I
throw
mean-
her lawyers under the bus.
Yeah.
Yeah, she
Well, she
did.
threw her own dead mum under the bus. So it
Yeah,
doesn't
and
surprise
her
me that
PR
her
team
lawyers-
and everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
So
that's
it
just what
just-
she
it's
does.
just unrealistic what they're saying right now, because it's been 6 years, 6 bloody years. They should have said it in the very first day when everybody was sharing that video, like, no, you cannot use it because it's ours, well, it's not really there, but you know what I mean.
Yes, yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. And I mean, again, with Amber smirking today in court,
That was really pissing me off.
yeah, like I did not know what she thought was so funny, but if the jury saw her doing that,
I hope
I
they
hope-
did.
oh man, she just she just put herself on the chopping block.
Exactly.
Because-
I'm
She
sorry,
did.
PTSD my ass.
From my understanding, the LawTube guys
Mm.
that are in the courtroom, they've been going the last 2 weeks, I believe.
Yeah.
There's just like a bunch of lawyers who've all got YouTube channels, and
Yeah, I met some of them.
they've been watching the jury and they've been reporting on it every night, how the jury reaction is and stuff like that.
Well, what are they saying? Because what I've seen is you can't read them at all.
Well, that's what some of them are saying, that at least one of them you definitely can't read.
Well, not to mention 4 or 5 of them are wearing COVID masks.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's
I think he only said one.
there's nine jury members. 4 of them are wearing masks, and 5 of them are not.
I think
Interesting.
on TugStream, someone posted that juror number 5 seems to be Team Amber.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
It's hard to tell.
most of them aren't interested in when Amber was up, or when any of her witnesses came up, or when Elaine or Rottenborn or Mr. Objection talks.
Doesn't
Apparently,
surprise me.
Doesn't it have to be unanimous?
I mean, they don't really say that they're Team Amber or Team Johnny. They more say that it looks like they take more of an interest when Johnny's witnesses are up. They pay more attention.
Yeah, I suppose that could be accurate.
Well,
But
all
again,
her witnesses, yeah, they all look like loons in his side. They're all professional and well-spoken.
Yes.
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, it's like you can tell the difference. You've got Amber's expert witnesses and Johnny's expert witnesses, and then you look at them and you think, when you order something from Wish and it turns up like this.
But
Yeah.
seriously, I love those people that so-called doctor, they quit their job because you already know they will lose a lot of clients because of what they did right now. I'm sorry, but if you're passionate about helping people, making sure they feel good and everything, they heal, you know, if it's mental health or whatever, you help them. You do not lie under oath.
right.
I mean, how old is Elaine?
How old is she? I don't know. She looks like she's like 60 something, but she could be
Yeah, so
younger.
I'm thinking maybe she don't give a shit. Maybe she's ready to retire, so she probably don't give a shit.
Yeah, just like Judge Nichols, like the last
Yeah.
judge, it was his
Oh
last
my God.
case before he retired. He wanted to go out with like a big Me Too case, and like that's what
Mhm.
I mean. Yeah,
And
I wouldn't be surprised if this is her last.
and
But Elaine did
Rottenborn,
waste of
he's
time though, just now.
he's
Sorry,
just
sorry,
arrogant.
sorry.
Sorry, and Rottenborn, he's just arrogant, so he don't give a shit. And Mr. Objection, I kind of feel sorry for him. I do.
Yeah,
Because he's
Yeah.
so, you can tell in his voice, he is so shaky and nervous. He doesn't want to be there.
Mm-hmm.
no, he doesn't.
I also have to say I have big respect for that attorney of Johnny because I think he has like a kind of like a stuttering or whatever, like a little bit problems with speaking, but that he still is standing there and doing his job. I just applaud him for that because I think it's just amazing what he's doing. I unfortunately do not know what was his name, Wayne.
Wayne Dennison.
Yeah, Wayne.
Yes.
Yes, Dennison.
Yeah. I think he's doing a terrific job, and I think it's really very courageous of him of being a lawyer. What I understand, what I see, I'm not saying anything, but out of respect and love, of course, I know how people go like, "Oh my God, how dare you?" But what I've seen, I just have huge respect for him that he chose this specific job and going for it, and doing what's right, and I think it's really beautiful to see that.
Yeah, it is.
And Camille has become a rock star. She's going to really catapult. Yeah.
She is. Her career, her career just went to the next level after this.
Oh hell yeah!
I think she'll probably make.
I mean, how old is she? I mean, how old is she? 30?
She's
30?
36.
Oh, mid-30s.
She's probably older than me at least. And I'm 32. Well, just now. I have the same birthday as Isaac, very coincidentally.
Oh, there you go.
I think she's like 36, 7 maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, well, I'm also 32.
Well, there we go. We have the same age.
Yes.
Well, you're a little bit older than me. 2 months almost.
I'm 39.
58.
50. Oh, girl, you're beautiful. Don't worry. Age is just a number.
No, you're not old. You got 7 more years.
Okay, thank you, Darth.
Isn't 65 senior citizen? Isn't that when you get all the free shit?
No, I'm already getting it when I turn
you are?
55.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, they
There we
lowered
go.
it. Okay.
I don't think you get it in.
I can't wait to take advantage of that.
England until you're about 60, 65, something like that. You get a free bus pass.
By the way, Darth, don't you love? I'm sorry, good to be out of subject, but don't you love the Italian storm?
Italian
storm,
what?
like lightning and everything.
Oh yeah,
like,
I do.
It's so like it's really aggressive as hell. Like it's not normal.
No,
Oh,
but
that's
I noticed that the cloud formations in most of Europe, but especially Italy, are the most unique cloud formations I've seen like anywhere I've traveled. It's just they're just I can't explain it. It's like they're edited or something.
exactly.
It's just I mean it's so weird.
It is weird. No, wait, no. 2 years ago, there was all of a sudden a storm, and I swear to God, it was pitch, and I mean pitch black. You cannot see shit outside. Only when there was lightning, you could see something, but it was so dark. You cannot see shit, and it was raining, and it was a drastic. And the next day, all the trees were falling and everything like that, but you cannot see because it was so pitch black. It's crazy in
Yeah,
Italy.
but you feel a bit safer because it's very rare for like a tornado to touch down. But like around the Midwest, the South, like Virginia, like here, like the other day there was a tornado warning. Like they like
Shit.
there's like in my hotel, the whole hotel lost power.
Oh,
And I was like, oh my God, I was like, is there really a tornado? Like I want to see it. Apparently it never fully formed, but they put out a warning when they see like a funnel, and I'm like, oh
yeah,
man. So, but like that's the thing about storms in Europe. You usually don't have to
yeah,
worry
yeah,
about.
that's true. Did you have your first earthquake in LA?
Oh, my first earthquake in what? No, I had it. My
You
first
did
earthquake.
it? What?
No,
No,
I've
you lucky.
experienced two earthquakes. One was in San Francisco, and
Oh, yeah, you were living there
and the other
for
one
10 years?
was in LA, and I was in rush hour traffic on the way home from
Oh
work,
no.
and I was looking out in the horizon, and imagine just thousands of cars, and all you see are just brake lights,
Oh shit.
just for like miles, and
No.
I thought I was like hallucinating because I see in the distance the cars are like doing like the wave.
Mm-hmm.
It looked like there was
Oh my
like
God.
they were like on like they were on water or something, and then all of a sudden like the cars kept doing like the wave all the way up to my
Oh
car, and then my
my
car
God.
went boom. My car just went up in the air and down like about a foot
Oh
and a half,
no.
and I was
Wow.
like, oh my God, that was real, because I thought I was just having like a seizure or something. But it
It's,
was
it's
it was an earthquake. It was
Oh, jeez. I cannot even imagine that feeling because I know in San Francisco there are like, well, at least they told me that they are like waiting for the biggest earthquake to come,
Sorry, be
right?
right back.
Because you have this,
I mean, screw the
limit.
earthquake. If Yellowstone goes off, the entire United States is done.
Really? Oh shit. Well, I'm happy I'm in Europe then.
I would be more worried about Yellowstone than the big earthquake, because
Oh, good.
would just affect California, Nevada, Oregon.
Oh my God.
If Yellowstone erupts, that's the end of the United States,
Can we
Oh
probably.
send,
shit.
can we send Amber there?
Yeah,
Yes,
we should just
please.
put. See, it's a super volcano, so it's underground. But we could just put her in Old Faithful and watch Old Faithful explode her up into the sky.
Yes, please. I would love to see that. I'm not a hateful person, but I have no sympathy for her. She can go shoo.
Yes,
She can go to another planet with Musk. I'm sorry.
yes.
Exactly.
Oh my God, I cannot. Like I honestly, okay. Let me ask you. Like for me, I'm a very loving person. I'm not saying that because to whatever, but I'm a very loving person. I love people. I don't care how you look, like where you're from, all that, like that. I've been bullied in the past really badly, which affected me who I am today. But still, I would have left sympathy for people, or something, to feel bad about, or understanding. Amber Heard is the first person in my 32 years that I will never ever have or will have sympathy for, or respect, or whatever, because she has no shame of what she did. She did not even try to say like, yes, I did and I'm sorry. She's not even sorry, nothing. But she's the first person in my life that I will never ever have sympathy for ever. I don't care
No.
what happened to her
And
in the
what's
future.
crazy is coming into the trial, I was halfway expecting part of me to maybe sympathize with her if she would have just told the truth, but she
Yeah.
didn't. She told her version of what she wants you to believe, and it was
Mhm.
it was it was disgusting to see that kind of just a delusion, narcissism on display. I mean, she didn't own up to anything, nothing, not one.
Mhm.
She did no wrong at all, never, not.
She'll never admit it. No.
But
Mhm.
she couldn't even admit that maybe she got out of like she even tried to come up with an excuse for the audio where she said I was hitting you, Johnny. It's like
Mhm.
she said it was out of context and this and that. I'm like, no, it was not. You're just a liar, and it's
Exactly. And like Ben said, like if she was a man and he a woman, it will be directly boom, basta, you're out.
yes.
It,
And then
yeah, I feel
the first blow she said that she landed on Johnny was on the staircase because she thought Kate Moss, and Kate
oh,
Moss blew that out of the water.
oh she screwed it up badly.
Did Moss? She didn't testify, did she?
Yes,
Yeah,
she
she did
did.
this morning.
This morning? Oh shit. Okay, so I was there filming this morning. Johnny entering and Amber entering. I uploaded the video earlier,
I
and
mean,
I raced home as quick as to the hotel as quick as I
Oh,
could.
yes.
But it was like a 25-minute drive because of traffic,
Oh
morning
shit.
traffic.
it was literally,
So I missed it. Okay, can you guys just recap that for me,
it
please?
was
Because
just
I
literally
had
like
no
three.
idea.
It was
She was
just
on
a
It
there.
couple minutes, Darth.
She was
Yeah.
on there for 3 minutes.
Was she on the stand or
Yes.
was it a video?
No, it was a
That
Video.
video.
was understand. She
It
was
wasn't a
live, but they
deposition.
only took three. Sorry,
Oh,
sorry.
wait,
You go,
one at a
Tanya,
time.
you
One
go,
at a time.
sorry.
One at a time.
It
Sorry.
wasn't a deposition. It was a video, live video link.
Oh, okay.
And she
Okay.
was on there
Okay.
for 3 minutes.
Okay.
And she
Okay.
basically told the story of, yes, she did fall down the stairs, but she wasn't pushed, kicked, or thrown down the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
That she
Okay, good.
fell, and
So she.
Johnny came and scooped her up and got her medical attention.
Oh,
Exactly.
that sounds like what really happened. There we go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
she said she had a back problem out of nowhere and she never felt that pain before, which caused her, to fall. And then, that Johnny indeed, like Tanya said, and Mary Lynn, that, he came to help her and get her in bed, like safely to help her. And she literally said, he never pushed me down the stairs. He was never violent. And it was so short, like literally, like Tanya said, it was 3 minutes. I was like prepared for a half an hour. And also, Amber's team did not even do cross-examination, nothing. But what do you expect? There's nothing to talk about. Nothing. It was only that guy that, asked her questions, and that's it.
Yeah,
Good.
they don't
No,
want to
Well,
they don't want to
nothing.
use up the clock.
the only reason,
Yeah. Well, if you have nothing to hide, you will take the time, but there was
Let
nothing
me
to,
see.
Yeah.
the only reason that her saying the Kate Moss
Okay.
thing was allowed
Yeah,
is because they didn't want to
Do you
call it
mind?
hearsay.
Do you mind if I watch it real quick?
Yeah,
No,
Of
because
course.
Okay. All
they
right.
wanted
Cool.
Kate Moss.
I'm gonna play this. Here we go.
Go for it.
It's not speak. Can't hear it.
I cannot hear anything either.
me either.
Darth, is the sound
Ms.
on?
Moss, where do you reside?
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
London, England.
From where are you testifying today, Ms. Moss?
Gloucestershire, England.
Ms. Moss, do you know Johnny Depp?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Depp?
I had a relationship with him.
Did there come a time when you and Mr. Depp had a romantic relationship?
Yes.
For how long, Ms. Moss, were you and Mr. Depp a romantic couple?
From 1993 to 1994 to 1998.
Ms. Moss, did there come a time when you, while you and Mr. Depp were a couple, that the two of you took a vacation together to the Golden Eye Resort in Jamaica?
Yes.
What, if anything, happened when you were in Jamaica with Mr. Depp?
We were leaving the room and Johnny left the room before I did. And there had been a rainstorm. And as I left the room, I slid down the stairs and I hurt my back.
How did you?
And
I apologize, Ms. Moss. Please continue.
And I screamed because I was because I didn't know what had happened to me and I was in pain. And he came running back to help me and carried me to my room and got me medical attention.
Did Mr. Depp push you in any way down the stairs?
No.
During the course of your relationship, did he ever push you down any stairs?
No, he never pushed me, kicked me, or threw me down any stairs.
Ms. Moss, have you ever before today testified in any kind of court proceeding?
No, I have never.
Why did you decide to testify today?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right,
That's beyond the scope of what we just talked about.
all right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. We have nothing further at this time. We greatly appreciate your taking the time to testify.
There you go.
Boom.
Short
Yeah,
and
that,
sweet.
yeah. Thanks for letting me watch that. That was really short. But it just debunked everything Amber claimed. Didn't she say she had nightmares about Johnny throwing her down the stairs or something? Maybe I'm confusing that. But
She might have done. She changes her story so much. I can't keep up.
yeah.
If she did, if she didn't, she will.
But I was looking at Kate Moss when she came on, and I thought she actually looks. Sorry, Amber looks about the same age as Kate Moss, and she's 12 years younger than Kate Moss.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
She's 12. Wait, how old is Kate Moss? She's 40.
48.
She's 48. Oh,
Yeah.
damn. No, she looks really good. I did not know she was. I thought she was like 40, 41, 42 maybe, not 48.
Yeah, so Amber looks, she's 36, but she looks about 40, 41.
Exactly.
It's crazy. I feel like every woman Johnny's had on the stand is a better choice than what Amber was.
Well, I think
Your microphone is like scratching.
Say that. I didn't hear you. Sorry.
No, don't worry about your. Maybe it's me, but it sounds like your microphone is a little bit like kind of scratching. Like I'm just like.
Oh no, it's Amber.
Wait, what the fuck am I missing now? Is she testifying again? No, don't tell me she is.
Wait, she's getting back on the stand?
I don't know. But yeah, your microphone is a little bit off, Darth. Little bit. Maybe it's me. It can be me.
Okay, what about now?
I don't know. Tanya and Marilyn, please tell me if I'm wrong, because
No, I
if
hear
I'm
it
wrong,
too.
then I apologize.
No, I hear it too.
Sorry, be right back.
Yeah, it's a little bit like a scratching sound, Darth. Like, I'm sorry if I'm making weird noises.
Well, my mic, I'm muting my mic, so
It's almost robotic now.
Yeah, it is. Oh, where did he go?
He probably took himself off and he's going to come back. Yeah.
It's like roast. Come back to me,
is it still doing it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know if it's me.
No, I don't know. I hear like when Aline said it's kind of like a robot sound, kind of. It's like, but yeah.
The Barn Witch has come on the stream.
Exactly. She came to hang the stream.
Yes.
That cannot talk. He's a bad person. Blah blah blah. Sorry, I'm a very energetic person. I'm sorry for everybody in chat. It's like, what the
No,
fuck?
don't apologize.
Okay, all right. Is it still being weird?
Yeah,
It's
much
good.
better.
It's
Much
good.
better.
Okay, cool.
Much better.
What time did we go to lunch? Do you guys know?
They're
I
coming.
lost track. I'm sorry.
They're coming back at 2, she said.
What time is it now in here? It's okay. In
It's
15
1, so
minutes then.
15 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, it will be 8 o'clock here.
Dang, where are you right now?
For me,
Yeah.
I'm next to Kyoja.
Okay, so wait, I'm sorry. Someone's telling me to nominate someone to mod. How do I do that?
I don't. You need to ask Rob because I don't know even myself. I don't have a YouTube channel.
How do I make people
I don't either.
moderators?
I would love to be a mod to help you, but I don't know how to do it though. I think you need to ask Rob Rules or somebody like that to know how to mod
I know
somebody.
I'm a terrible YouTuber. I'm the
Bitch, you're not.
I
No,
literally
you're not.
I've had like 7 live streams since I've had this channel. I don't
Oh shit! Really, 7?
Wow.
like that's it. Yeah.
Damn. Bitch, I'm sorry for my language, but that's how I talk because I'm my teacher. But bitch, you need to do more often. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah, it is.
And like I said, you just have to be you, and showing who you really are. Even though most of the people don't know your face yet, some of us does because we saw you. But you're doing an amazing job, and I think you should try to do more often live video because this is really, really helpful with your own insights. You are there, like you said, and it's really interesting to hear from your own voice, like what you think, what you see, and everything like that. It is sad that you cannot go into the court because you know how crazy it is right now there.
Yeah.
But of all these weeks that we all have been watching you, it's been amazing, and we all have been, nonstop watching your movies, even movies. Oh my god, I cannot talk. All your videos, and honestly, I really love how you go as Darth, the Deadpool Darth own character because everybody is taking life so seriously right now. If you say something offensive, it's the regular like, oh my god, how dare you? And you are doing kind of like a stand-up comedy kind of, so you can say what you want. And yeah, if people don't understand, okay, whatever. But I think it's more entertaining to watch. Like you said, you're an entertainer, which I agree. But let's be honest, I would love to see you as an actor too, because I would love to see your your direction in that perspective. But I love that you do something different, and that's what makes your channel more unique, because it's more fun to watch it. We can laugh, it doesn't matter what kind of joke it is. Like, you made me laugh. I had horrible times lately because my uncle unfortunately is sick. I was you will hear my voice message on private message on Instagram. But it's been really hard time for me lately, and just watching I'm not even lying. I know Tanya will agree with me, Marilyn, and everybody in the chat. But I had really rough time. Like, even my depression was coming up, and anxiety with people around me. But your channel helped me to give me a smile again and forget about everything. And it's definitely what I needed because, the time right now. Oh, shit, I started to cry.
Thank you,
But-
Tanya. Tal, thank you.
It's true. Your
I
channel
agree with that,
helped
yeah.
me to give me a smile on my face again, because it's not easy when you lost somebody so much. It's sick. And you really give a smile. And please don't think you're not worthy, because you are. And I really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm sorry that I'm crying a little bit on the live video, but you have to know that you really are appreciated. And all those haters, they can go fuck themselves, because you give smiles to people. You give a smile to me, what I really needed right now. And I just want to thank you for that.
Tanya, I'm smiling ear to ear right now. I don't even know what to say. Just thank you. I appreciate that. That means
We all,
Did you say?
we all feel
Did you
that,
say?
yeah.
that means
Did
the
you say
fucking world to
Tanya?
me. No, Tal.
I thought you said
Tal. But Tanya, Mary Lynn, all of you guys. I mean, you guys have been there for me since this whole thing, almost since this whole thing started. I mean, there's like probably 100 people that I remember from the first, I guess the first round of my channel. I don't know, but thank you so much.
Can I just
yes.
ask you something?
Yeah, of course.
You have a lot of bots coming into your channel.
Yeah. How do I
You
do
need
that? How do I take
you
care
need
of
to
that?
make mods.
Okay, but I need someone to tell me how to do that because I don't know how to. I don't know how to do that.
I think to make a mod, you have to do it through YouTube, not StreamYard. So
Okay, so
not exactly. I think you click on a person's name and just assign them a wrench. I'm not sure because I don't have a YouTube channel. I'm just going by what the other YouTubers say.
I think I remember
edit video.
Rob mentioning that. Yeah.
No, it's not made for kids.
I think it's the chat. I think you go to the chat in the video and click on the 3 dots. I'm not sure. By the name. But I'm not 100% sure.
I'm trying.
The chat is going so fast. Well, it was. And there's so many bots saying naked girls, naked fun, webcam girls, boys, gay,
Yeah,
trans.
they do that a lot on tugs too.
They've been coming a lot on poor choice of words.
Okay. So I'm changing it to the subscriber. You have to be a subscriber.
Oh, do you? I can't.
I don't know how to
Yeah, you have to
Ask Rob
specifically.
rules. He will know how to do it.
You have to specifically assign someone. So if you go to YouTube right now, as in
I'm in
your,
YouTube. I'm in my
no, I
studio.
mean as in your stream on YouTube.
Mhm.
I'm not 100% sure, but I think this is what you do.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out right now, but it's not working.
You know the video that everyone's watching on YouTube. Sorry, the live stream.
Yeah. I'm trying to do it in front of you, but I can't figure it out.
The bots are probably Elaine.
Yeah,
Oh wait.
Yeah, probably.
Text Tink says I have explained. Where's Text Tink?
But I think I did just change the settings to you have to be subscribed for 5 minutes. So hopefully.
Okay. Text Tink says under settings, go to community, then in automated filters, tab, paste each moderator's channel URL under there, add moderator. Okay, so you have to go to settings, then go to community, then automated filters, and then add the moderator's URL. I don't know that.
Me neither. But
Sounds a
we'll
bit
love
long-winded.
Darth, and then help you with your channel.
Sounds a bit long-winded. Normally Rob does it in like 2 seconds, so I don't.
Yes.
Yeah, man, I'm so sorry. I don't know how to.
I just assumed you clicked on the 3 buttons next to their name.
So like I'm there. I'm on my channel. I'm on the video.
So what settings and then, Tanya?
1 sec. Let me go back up to what he said or she said. I don't know.
Hey Darth, I've got a lawn crew out here at my complex, but
Go ahead. Yeah.
Can I come back? Because I know the noise is going to be distracting, but can I come?
Of course you can. Yes, of course you can.
Okay,
Yes.
I love you, and I'll see you guys in a little bit. Okay.
Awesome. We'll see you
Bye,
soon.
Marilyn.
All right. Bye bye.
She's such a sweetheart. I love her.
You love everyone.
That's true. But I try not to though. Like I said, I'm very loving person. I will love you very quickly, but then I need to learn who I actually can love and not can love, you know? So, Tony, you busted me. Whoops.
How do I?
Yeah, it's funny because, you know, like, you think you get treated well, you know, and you give everything, your emotions and everything, you know, with presents, for example, for a birthday, and then it is your birthday. I don't give a damn about presents, but you know, it is sometimes nice to have kind of, you know, a return to be loved. And when you don't get that, you go like, okay, I wasted my emotions again, so to speak, you know. And yeah, it's sometimes really hard to know who to trust or not to trust, you know. But
Yeah.
it
I know
it,
what
it
you mean.
sucks because you give everything because you're so loving, and then you know it just fucks up your, you know, your like for me, for example, I do suffer from anxiety, for example, which I really respect about you, Darth, because you're really open about it. So thank you so much for doing that, because like I said, we all are human beings.
Well, yeah.
Since the bullying, I've been really, really, really scared of people. Like really, you cannot even imagine how scared I was. Like even my own friends. And it was really hard for me to go like, okay, who can I trust? Who can I not trust? Who will be worth my time? Whatever, you know.
Yeah.
And it took a long process to do that. And you know, and when you know, with me like last year or year before, I think you know I have a gay for fuck's sake. A great friend, you know. Well, he's gay also, but anyway. Um, he's a great friend, and he gives like something really big, and then it's your turn, and they don't give you the same, you know, like what kind of love back. They go like, "What did I do wrong?" Like, what, you know, then your anxiety goes up, and you have like the weirdest thoughts in your mind, you know, and oh my god,
Yeah.
yeah.
Garth, I just put in the private chat something I found and telling you how to do it the easy way.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah. There's no easy way.
Like
Yeah,
he
it just
said,
says.
neither how. Oh, for fuck's sake! I'm gonna be hard to say.
It says go to the comments when you're logged in, and then go next to any of the comments. Go to the flag, just click the down button, and then click add this user as a comment moderator.
Damn, even my brain is hurting.
So just click on the flag next to someone's name.
The flag says report. I don't want to report people.
The flag's only saying report on yours.
Yeah.
Weird.
You're flagging a comment.
Well, you always can ask other YouTubers like Rob Rules, for example, and he will help you how to know.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
But like Tanya and I and Marilyn and Phantom will love to be your mods and help you with your channel.
Like if you just tell me which people they are, and I can actually do it myself. I just don't.
Well, they're just bots that come in. But as you change it to subscribers only, hopefully that helps.
I did change the settings also to hold potentially inappropriate comments.
Oh.
Like
yeah, there was one about sexy something bot.
Oh, sexy. I like a sexy time. You'll never get this. You'll never get this.
I tried to have a be a Russian. You tried to be a Russian sexy from Moscow.
From Moscow.
You're off your head.
Ords, join us, man.
From St. Petersburg.
And maybe you can tell me how to mod you.
Yes. You're really good with accents, by the way. I would love to learn a southern accent someday.
What, like Fantas?
It's not that hard.
But bitch, I'm sorry. I'm from Europe. It's gonna be a little bit harder than for you.
You mean like Fantas accent now?
No, you know, Darth is from America. He's been in Los Angeles and all that stuff. You know, he knows the American accent, the Southern New York.
Yeah, but
you know, I'm from here. I know the British accents, but not
the Southern accent.
But I don't know how to pronounce them.
I thought you said a Southern accent. Fantas Southern.
I mean, you can do Southern if you want.
When I went to LA for 4 years, thank God I had a really great voice and speech. Oh my God, I cannot talk. Voice and speech teacher, which really made me understand how to get an American accent and all that stuff, you know, because with the vowels and all that shit.
I'm with Loki. Darth, do you do Mr. Voice?
Yes, I do Mr. Voice.
You do.
It's all me. I know some people thought it was not me, and I'm like, that's so
I
funny.
I didn't think it was you.
I'm a one man show. Like I do.
I did
Hey,
actually ask
John,
if it was
I
your
was
friend
not going
because you had a
to
friend in your video before.
I did. I had a few friends until, well, we're not friends anymore. I wish we were.
Oh,
I wish we were. But you know, it is what it is. I got you guys, so that's cool. That's good. You know what I mean?
oh well.
I will, and
I've
it's
had the same. I've had the same with my friends.
yeah. I mean,
Well,
the
friends in quotation marks.
you know, but that's just the. Oh, we are back. Okay, let's do this.
Okay, I will mute. You said that.
Yep.
All right, you can have a seat. All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, I'd like to start with the honeymoon that you and Ms. Heard took in late July 2015.
Certainly.
You testify that you took a train ride from Bangkok to Singapore. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you claim that on this train ride that Ms. Heard hit you in the face, correct?
Yes.
And left a black eye, correct?
Yes.
And Michelle, could you please pull up PX 162?
Is that already in evidence?
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Published to the jury?
Thank you. Mr. Depp, this is the picture that your counsel showed you both in your prior, or showed you this morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that mark under your left eye is what you claim to be a black eye caused by Ms. Heard, correct?
Seems to be there's some scratches around my nose as well.
Okay. All right. But that it's your left eye, the one close to the chef. That's what you says your black eye, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was the picture your team chose to show you, right?
It's a picture
Let's pull up
someone
exhibit
showed me,
1905,
yes.
Michelle, please.
I'm sorry, which number was it?
This is a new exhibit, Your Honor, 1905.
And that's defendants?
Defendant's exhibit 1905.
Okay, thank you.
Ask for permission to publish, Your Honor.
Oh, you want to put it in evidence? Okay, any objection to 1905?
With the comments, we have no objection to the photograph itself. We would ask the comments be redacted as hearsay.
Well, I'd like to at least question the witness about the
I
comments.
have no objection to the photograph being published.
Okay, well, let's wait a minute. Mr. Depp, you see here, these are 4 pictures of you, right?
Yes.
See that? And below it indicate that they were taken on July 24th, 2015 in Bangkok, Thailand, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
In Bangkok, Thailand, so before the train ride.
Correct, before the train ride, because you
Yeah.
didn't get on the train ride till the 25th, is that right?
I somewhere in that area, I guess.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish this to the jury.
If it's just the photographs, we have no
All
objection.
right, if you want to redact the, just have the photographs in it?
Sure. We'll do 1905.
5, but just with redaction, so it'll be fine. I think there's still some on the bottom. I'm just.
Just redact that. Yeah. Thank you, Michelle.
All right, publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, could you please scroll down to the bottom two pictures there? Mr. Depp, in these pictures that were taken before you got on the train ride for your honeymoon, where you claim that Miss Heard hit you and gave you a black eye, you have the exact same shadow or sunburn or mark under your left eye. The exact same mark, don't you?
That's the, when you get a side light, you see the occipital bone. So that is the exact area.
Yep. And it's actually
a side light will cause that.
Yeah, well,
as
the
well.
picture's not being taken from the side, is it? It's being taken head on, isn't it?
No. The lens in front.
Yeah.
The light on the side.
Right.
Will cause that occipital bone, I believe it's called,
Mhm.
to appear sunken.
Just like lights on the side of a train car, correct?
Objection
Well,
calls for
You
speculation.
can take that down, Michelle.
that was in fact in the dark.
Sus-
And I had a
sustain-
chef, I had people on either side of me, so
If you could
I
wait for the
don't
next-
see where the light fill is from the side there.
Mr. Depp, if you could wait for the next question, next question.
Next
Oh,
question.
sorry.
Even the picture your team chose to show you on that train isn't accurate, is it? Let's pull up.
Objection
exhibit-
calls for
let-
speculation.
Let's pull up exhibit 1859, please.
1859, is that in evidence? or-
No, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, this is the same picture or the same, the exact same scene displayed in PX 162 that you looked at this morning, correct?
That looks like my face has been, the eyes have been photoshopped.
Oh, okay. So this post from the Eastern and Oriental Express's Facebook page, you're saying that that's photoshopped?
Is
Let's
that from
pull
their
them up side
page?
by
I would, sure, why wouldn't they?
Let's pull them up side by side, please. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of this exhibit. We can just have the pictures. We don't need the.
Any objection to the picture?
Objection, lack of foundation, lack of authentication.
Is that you in the photo, Mr. Depp?
It is me, but it's clearly.
Your
it's
Honor,
been-
I'd move
it's
to strike
been-
anything after that, first of all, and would ask for admission of this photograph.
All right, just the photograph?
Yep.
Are you gonna,
We maintain our lack of authentication, lack of foundation.
all right, over objection, I'll allow 1859. in
Thank you, Your Honor.
evidence.
Michelle, could I please get you to,
You need to redact it first.
we actually have one, it's, that will admit or ask to be admitted as 1858. That is just the picture.
I already have 18.
Okay, so we'll call this 1859 then.
So this is 1859.
Yeah, we just need to,
Okay.
we'll fix that exhibit sticker on the bottom and get you that correct 1859.
1859.
And Michelle, what I'd like to ask you to do, please, is to put the picture displayed as 1859, just was admitted into evidence, next to PX 162 that was shown to Mr. Depp this morning.
Okay, you can pop, those are both in evidence.
Can you try to make them the same size, please? This is the exact same picture, isn't it, Mr. Depp?
With radically different quality. And
No, you answered my question.
how
Permission
do
to
you know I
publish.
wasn't done?
You answered my question, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Mr. Depp, you had that, whatever mark it is, whether it's a sunburn, whether it's a shadow, whether it's the light reflecting, you had that same mark on your eye before you got on that train.
Well, it's pretty difficult to get a sunburn on a train. And
let's
in
go
the
to-
photographs with the child, I don't look particularly sunburned. Can we see those again?
Let's pull up exhibit one. Actually, no, let's talk about Australia for a little bit.
Oh, good.
You testified that you've never done ecstasy more than a handful of times in your life, correct?
6, 7 times.
Now, you heard Ms. Heard's testimony. You've been sitting here. I know you didn't look at her, but you heard her testimony. And
Oh, I
you heard her. You didn't hear her say you ingested 8 to 10 all at once. She said she came down after being apart from you for some time, and there were 8 to 10 gone from the bag. Correct?
Objection form compound.
Overruled.
I also heard Ms. Heard say I reached into a bag and poured a bunch of
Yep.
MDMA down my mouth.
Correct. That's right. She
a
didn't say you poured
handful.
10 at one time, did she?
No, she said a handful,
Okay.
which is more than 10, I believe.
Okay. The fact is, Mr. Depp, you were asking for ecstasy. You who have only done it 6 times in your life, you were asking for ecstasy and cocaine within minutes of being admitted to the hospital after suffering your finger injury, weren't you?
Objection compound.
I don't recall that I was
Overruled.
Let's
begging
pull up.
for any drugs.
Yeah, let's pull up plaintiff's or exhibit 393, please. You just said you don't recall you were begging for any drugs.
No, I don't, but I do
okay.
recall being in great pain and great distress, so
Okay.
I could have asked for a teddy bear as well.
Okay. So this has been admitted, Your Honor.
This is an evidence, okay? Publish.
And if you can blow up the text, please, Michelle. In this text message, Mr. Depp, you are, after you suffered your finger injury, you just testified you don't recall asking for any drugs. You're texting Nathan Holmes, your personal assistant, need more whitey stuff ASAP, brother man, and the e-business. Now, we went over this in your cross-examination, didn't we?
If you say so, sir,
And whitey stuff is cocaine,
I would say.
and the e-business is ecstasy.
You
already
Yeah, quite
testified.
likely, yes.
Okay.
So
You
I
can take that
didn't
down.
recall that,
Thank you.
but
Can you pull up exhibit 1817, please? This is a picture that you were shown this morning, Mr. Depp.
yes.
And you kind of made some illustrations on the picture and gave your account of what you see here. Mr. Depp, you testified previously that the vodka bottle that you allege cut off your finger was a handle of vodka, correct?
Yes.
You've already
the
testified to that,
second
correct?
bottle, there was a handle on it, bottle,
Right.
yes.
This bottle, whatever it is, to the extent it's glass at all, that's in the corner of this room, that's not a handle of vodka.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think you'll find that I said 2 bottles.
Well,
It's
actually,
wrong.
what you testified to this morning, Mr. Depp, was that the bottle in the corner was the handle. And there is no other bottle in the picture, is there?
No, that's not what I testified. I testified that, may I touch the screen?
Yes.
This is glass. This is glass.
Yep. And that's
Okay.
not a handle. Neither of those are handles of vodka.
It's that big, it's broken. The handle's up the top on those vodka bottles, sir.
Yeah.
I mean,
And none, if you combine all that glass on the floor, that doesn't make up the amount of glass in a handle of vodka, does it?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm not a,
When there's objection, hold on.
Right.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
There is no picture of a handle of vodka broken on that floor, is there, Mr. Depp?
no, I don't see it. I see glass under this chair here.
Okay. Well, you testified this morning that you did see it, so it's good to get that clarification. Let's move
No, I
on,
didn't
please.
say I saw a handle.
You also testified this morning that yeah, and I want to get this, I want to make sure that we're on the same page here. You
I don't think we will
testified
be.
earlier this morning that there was no phone in the bar area downstairs. Is that what you testified to?
I don't recall a phone in the bar area.
Okay,
I don't recall a Bakelite phone in the bar area where I
Okay,
No.
let's pull up, Michelle, please, UK day 3, page 421. Mr. Depp, we've done this drill before. This is your testimony from the UK, correct?
Can I please have,
It's this, we don't have copies for everyone. It's on the screen.
Your
right
Honor,
there.
may I please, I would like to have what he is, the testimony of the
Here,
witness.
you can have my copy. Mr. Depp, you remember giving testimony in the UK trial for several days, correct?
Okay, so, yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So I
And
do
if-
remember a telephone in the bar area, and this
You know,
telephone that you picked up was made of Bakelite.
This is my turn to do this, Mr. Depp.
I'm sorry.
On page 421, line 19, you were asked a question, and this telephone that you picked up was made of, I'm sorry, I'm going to go up line 15. Question, at one stage when you were in the kitchen screaming at Ms. Heard, you picked up a wall-mounted telephone. Do you remember a telephone in the kitchen? Answer, no ma'am, I remember a telephone in the bar area. Question, and this telephone that you picked up was made of Bakelite. Do you know what I mean by that? A retro telephone, wall-mounted but retro. Answer, it was a wall-mounted telephone, but it was not Bakelite. It was a modern phone. It was plastic. Question, a phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up. Can you scroll down, please? Question, a phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up by you, held in your right hand, and you were repeatedly smashing it against the wall in your right hand. Answer, that is possible. But I do not, if that is the case, I do not believe I spent very much time on the phone. I remember ripping the phone off the wall. That was your testimony, correct?
It seems it would be yes.
Thank you. Answer my question. Thank you. Mr. Depp, you've claimed before, you've said, if I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted. You've said that before, haven't you?
Have you a quote from me somewhere saying that?
It's my question to you. You've said that before, haven't you? Well, actually, let's refresh your recollection. Can you pull up
Be great.
the Ghost in the Machine article, please?
Possibly about paparazzis.
Mr. Depp, you see the picture of you on the lower left, appears to be shirtless and wearing a crown, I believe. You see the long paragraph above that that starts with "in the Mark Hotel"?
Yes,
You see
yes,
that?
yes. I
At
do.
the bottom of that, does this refresh your recollection that you said, I have a lot of love inside me and a lot of anger inside me as well. If I love somebody, then I'm going to love them. If I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted. Did I read that right?
You did read that right, yes.
Thank you. You can take that down, Michelle, please. Now, Mr. Depp, you've also claimed that you've said before that if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is rightfully yours, haven't you?
Could you repeat that?
And you've also said that with
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, that if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is rightfully yours.
That's ludicrous.
You've also said that with respect to women that you want to be with, you've remarked, I need, I want, I take, haven't you?
Equally as ludicrous, no.
Can you pull up DX 883, please?
You can pull it what you like. I've never said those words. There's not enough hubris in me to say anything like that.
883?
883, Your Honor.
It's not,
DX,
is it?
it is not admitted yet.
Okay, 883.
Mr. Depp, these are text messages from you to Stephen Deuters on February 22nd, 2017, correct?
this looks nothing like me. You might have mistaken,
Mr. Depp, we can show the full unredacted. You've looked at a number of text messages in this case, and the words him as the identifier, that's you, correct? In every text message we've seen in this case.
yeah, sure. It still doesn't mean it hasn't been screwed with. That's not anything that I've ever said or written.
You want to see the whole thing unredacted? We can look at that too.
No, because you could have typed it up last night. No.
Yeah. I can assure you I didn't type it up last night, Mr. Depp. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 883.
All right, any objection?
Objection on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
All right, well, do you want to approach for a moment? Let's take a look.
Oh boy, this is frustrating. Johnny just needs to keep his cool, man.
All right, 883 in evidence as redacted.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, you're aware that these are text messages. You can see the bottom right where it says DEPP and then it has a number, 8129. Those are produced by you in this litigation. You understand that, right?
I understand that, sir.
Okay. All right, Michelle, could you please, let's take a look at the top text first. Mr. Depp, on February 22nd, 2017, you texted Mr. Deuters, right, exactly. Molly's pussy is rightfully mine. Should I not just bust in and remove its hinges tonight? Did I read that right?
You read it right.
And the one beneath that, you say, I want to change her understanding of what it is like to be thrashed about like a pleading mackerel. And then in all caps, you write, I need, I want, I take. Did I read that right?
You read it right, but I did not write that.
Okay.
Perhaps someone else.
You wrote
had
every
my
other
phone.
text that you produced that came from you in this litigation, didn't you?
Not necessarily. Sometimes you give your phone to people and they
Now,
text
when you
from
got
it.
off that plane
Excuse me?
from Boston,
I'm
so
sorry?
when you got off the plane from Boston, you knew Miss Heard was angry with you, didn't you?
It was pretty much a given.
Objection calls for speculation.
And you understood her to be angry, right?
She was always angry, yes.
And you asked Mr. Deuters, same person, you can take this down, Michelle, please, thank you. Same person that you texted in that last exhibit, you asked Mr. Deuters to communicate with her on your behalf, correct?
I don't know what you're talking about. You'll have to explain.
You asked Mr. Deuters to communicate with Miss Heard by text to speak to her about the incident, correct?
About what incident?
To speak to her about the plane flight,
The plane?
the Boston plane.
The Boston plane.
Oh my God. The plane.
So you're saying that I influenced Mr. Deuters. I told him that he had to write this and I told him he had to write that. Is that what you're saying?
No, it wasn't uncommon for Mr. Deuters to text to communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
He was your personal assistant. Mr. Deuters was your personal assistant, correct?
I had two personal assistants
Right.
at the time.
He was one of them, right?
Yeah, Mr. Deuters was one of them, yes, sir.
Right, and it wasn't uncommon for you to ask Mr. Deuters to communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
It wasn't uncommon for any of them to communicate with Miss Heard on my behalf if I were on set or unavailable or any of that.
Or if Miss Heard and you had a fight, you would sometimes have them to communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
I think my crew caught on very quickly that
Just a yes or no,
would
Mr.
be
Depp.
necessary for them to.
No, just a yes or no. It was not uncommon after
Objection,
you and Ms.
Your
Hurd
Honor.
had.
I'd ask that he be allowed to finish his
Yes
answer.
or no question, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Wasn't uncommon for you to have one of your personal assistants communicate with Ms. Hurd after you and her had a fight.
I disagree because you're insinuating that I had them do it, and you don't know that.
After the Boston plane flight, you had Mr. Duders communicate with Ms. Hurd, correct?
When I'm asked what to do, I said placate her, just placate her like we always do.
And you told him, send her whatever message you need to send to
I'm
placate,
sorry, he's
correct?
sorry, he feels bad, yes, because any other answer, it would turn into World War III.
Okay, can you pull up Exhibit 229, please? Your Honor, I think you know where I'm going here, and based on Mr. Depp's testimony, I'd ask move for the admission of Exhibit 229.
Your Honor, can we please approach?
Sure.
Oh my God. Sonny says he's not a good lawyer. He's a good bully. That's all he's doing. He's badgering the witness.
Mr. Depp, you were pretty angry after Ms. Hurd got her temporary restraining order, weren't you?
Angry. I was, more than anything, I was hurt.
And you testified earlier this morning, you claimed that you somehow were responsible for her getting the role with Warner Brothers, correct? That's what you testified to this morning. You also tried to get her fired from Aquaman, didn't you? After the temporary restraining order.
Which question would you like me to handle first, sir?
Just one question, sir. You tried to get her fired from the Aquaman after the temporary restraining order, didn't you?
Well, what is related to the story about me getting
It just
her?
yes or no, Mr. Depp. I
So
didn't
life
ask
does
what
not come
related,
down to
what
yes or
story
no at all
related to.
times. I can't please you with a yes or a no every single time.
It's a yes or no question, Mr. Depp. You tried to get Ms. Hurd fired, didn't you?
Answer's no.
All right, let's pull up Exhibit 821.
Is that
Mr.
me
Depp,
trying to
is
get her
this-
fired?
This is a text message that you had with your sister, Chrissy Dombrowski. She was the first witness in this case, right?
She doesn't work at Warner Brothers.
She-
You can't fire Amber.
Yeah. This is a text message you had with her on June 4th, 2016, isn't it?
June 12th, yes.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 821 as redacted.
Any objection?
We would object on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
I'll overrule that objection. 821 in evidence.
And on June 4th, 2016, Mr. Depp, you texted your sister, I want her replaced on that WB film. Did I read that right?
You did.
Her is referring to Amber, right?
That's correct.
And WB is Warner Brothers, correct?
Again, correct, yes.
And then after you sent this text to your sister, following the temporary restraining order, you reached out to Guy Silverstein to have him fire Amber, correct?
Who?
It's Greg Silverstein, I'm sorry.
I don't recall reaching out to Greg Silverstein.
You reach out to Sue Crawl to get him to
Particularly.
fire Ms. Hurd, right?
I had vetted Ms. Hurd. And I had vetted Ms. Hurd.
Mr. Depp, you got your chance to
Warner
speak this morning.
Brothers
Your Honor,
had,
I'd
Warner
ask-
Brothers
Sorry.
had two franchises.
Mr. Depp, if you could just answer the question, sir. All right, next question.
You reached out to Greg Silverstein to get him to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
I
Asked and
reached-
answered.
Excuse me.
Asked and answered.
It's a yes or no question that he hasn't answered, yes or no.
All right.
Yes or no, sir? You reached out to Greg Silverstein to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman.
Second half of your question is wrong, sir.
You
I
reached out to Sue
them
Kroll.
because I vetted her.
No, Mr. Depp. You reached out to Sue
What
Kroll
you
to
like,
get
I
her
don't care.
to try to get her to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
No,
And you reached out to Kevin Sujihara to try to get him to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
no.
Can you pull up Exhibit 857, please? Mr. Depp, this is a text message that you sent to Christian Carino on August 15th, 2016, correct?
This is already in evidence, correct? Or is it 857?
Parts
No.
of it are,
Oh, so not this.
not this
Well,
version.
this can't be 857 then. Don't.
850, sorry.
Mr. Unber, you can't do this to me.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Understood. We'll call it 857A.
857. Okay. All right. Yes, sir. Thank you.
My apologies, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, you sent this text to Christian Carino on August 15th?
I most certainly did.
Okay. And in this text that you sent to Christian, now Christian Carino is the person who used to be Amber's agent and then was your agent for a time, correct?
That is correct.
And in this text, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
You want to put it in evidence
Yeah.
first?
Move for admission of
Any
857A.
objection?
No objection.
All right, 857A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime a dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
Now, not long after this, you can take that down, Michelle, thank you. Not long after this, you met Mr. Waldman in the late summer or fall of 2016, correct?
I believe, yeah, September, October, somewhere in there, whatever.
And he's been your attorney since then, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you met with him with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
I'm sorry, again?
You and Mr. Waldman together met with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
Are you asking me a question about my attorney and I?
Yeah, that you two met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020.
Was that during the London trial?
No,
No?
in February.
I don't recall it, though.
Okay.
I don't.
To the extent Mr. Waldman testified that you did, you don't dispute that, correct?
I just don't recall it. Okay.
You don't disagree with Mr. Waldman's testimony that you and he met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, correct?
If that's Mr. Waldman's testimony, then.
Okay.
But I just didn't necessarily know who these people were.
Right.
I guess.
The same month that the Daily Mail released alleged tapes between you and Amber.
Objection
Correct.
calls for speculation, lack of
Alleged-
personal knowledge.
Alleged.
I'll sustain
tape.
the objection. Next question.
Now, Mr. Depp, you testified, and I wrote it down before lunch. You said Ms. Myers asked you something about, how does it feel to make you, or how does it feel to be here? You said, I've been living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to get the truth out. Remember saying that?
Yes.
You also said, I've spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back. Something to that effect. You remember saying that?
Yes.
And you've claimed several times in this proceeding, Mr. Depp, that this trial is your first chance to tell your story, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
But that's just not true, is it, Mr. Depp? That's not
Yes.
true.
No, for me it is true.
Okay, well, here's the thing. The fact is, Mr. Depp, when Dan Wooten wrote an article that was published in The Sun calling you a wife beater,
Mhm.
you brought a lawsuit against The Sun in June of 2018, correct?
Yes, I brought
And
a
that
lot.
was 6 months before Miss Heard ever wrote her op-ed, correct?
I don't know.
And in the summer of 2020, there was a several-week trial in London against The Sun, correct?
Ms. Heard was not a party to that trial. Was she?
Not
Or
my
was
question,
that-
Mr. Depp. In the article that The Sun wrote that you sued over, you sued for Mr. Wooten calling you a wife beater, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question.
And in the trial that you subsequently brought, you called a lot of witnesses, right?
I don't know what a lot is. I don't know.
Many people testified on both sides of the trial, correct?
Yes, many people.
And many exhibits were introduced, correct?
Like a trial, yes.
And you, just like in this trial, you were on the stand for several days in that trial, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And that trial involved the same factual issues that you are litigating here, which is whether you
Objection
committed
calls
domestic
for
abuse
illegal.
against Amber Heard.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
You brought that case against The Sun because you were angry at The Sun for calling you a wife beater, correct?
Yeah, that's
And you
probably a
went,
pretty good reason.
and you went through that trial in London, correct?
I did indeed, yes.
Mr. Depp, you've already had a chance to tell your story, haven't you?
No, there
Objection
were
asked and
great
answered.
limitations in the UK trial.
Overruled. Okay.
No further questions.
All right. Redirect. Thank you.
Mr. Depp, Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions about the UK trial. Why do you feel that this is the first time that you've actually had an opportunity to tell your story and, as you said, get the load off your back?
As the UK trial was me suing Dan Wooten and The Sun for defamation for calling me a wife beater. The UK have there are different laws, there are different ways they handle things. There are also limitations in evidence. Some things can be brought up, some things cannot be
Your Honor,
brought
they
up.
said
And
it calls
Mr.
for a legal
Rottenborn.
conclusion. He's talking about limitations in evidence in the English.
Your
rules.
Honor, he's talking about his experience testifying.
Overruled.
You'll be okay. Yes, there is a very, everything is quite boxed in with regard to what can be said, what can be spoken about. So Ms. Heard provided information to the Sun as their star witness, but the case was not brought against Ms. Heard. It was brought against the Sun newspaper, journal, whatever it is.
Mr. Rottenborn referenced that you were on the stand for multiple days.
4.5, I believe, yes.
What was the nature of that examination? Or excuse me, who was conducting that examination of you?
QC Sasha Was,
And whose attorney was that?
the Sun.
Can we please pull up DX 857A?
All right, it's already in evidence. So we can publish it.
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Rottenborn was questioning you?
Oh, yes, I do.
Can you explain what you're conveying to Mr. Carino in this text message?
I'm in total shock that this is happening to me, that my entire life on the planet has been brought to the head of a pin with all this completely, utterly false information. So I am, yeah, when you're accused of horrific acts and things that you have not done, when it's actually some very ugly things that are going out there into the world about you on a nonstop basis by Ms. Heard and her team, you have a tendency as humans to get very, very irate and angry, not to the point where you go out and hurt someone, not to the point even where you assault a cabinet. But you do get irate. You do wonder why this person is doing this to me. So yeah, many things go through your head. And then you've got your family, you've got your kids, you've got your parent, my mom, thankfully, didn't get to read any of this because that would have killed her. But my father, my family, everyone that I've met, the people that have supported me, suddenly I'm scum. And why? Never had to happen. One little lie. So yes, very angry.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 821? Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Rottenborn was asking you questions?
Yes, he loves this one, yes.
Yes. Would you care to explain what you're trying to convey in this text message?
Well, Warner Brothers they were about to find themselves in quite a dilemma as the person that they had just cast.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation as to what Warner Brothers knew or thought.
Didn't I meet with them?
All right, if we could just wait for the question. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, without explaining what Warner Brothers felt, why did you send this text message to your sister? And what were, excuse me, strike that. What were you trying to convey to your sister when you sent this text message?
Honestly, I felt responsibility for having gone to those people and painted such a beautiful picture.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor. Now he's talking about what he said to Warner Brothers.
Overruled.
Please continue.
Change seats.
So sorry, you can please continue.
I felt it was my responsibility to get the truth to Warner Brothers about what they were going to end up facing down the line, which is 2 franchises that would be causing problems for one another, especially as any news, any press, any media that came out about me at that time had been turned into, I was Charles Manson, I was the worst thing on earth. And they just kept coming. It was like a nonstop fire. So my responsibility, after having painted a beautiful picture of her for them, was to tell them, I think you better.
Objection, Your Honor. He's getting into what he claims he told Warner Brothers or wanted to.
He's saying what he wanted to tell them. He's not saying what he actually told
I'll
them.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned 2 franchise films with Warner Brothers. What 2 franchise films are you referring to?
There was Aquaman, sorry. Aquaman and Fantastic Beasts, the one that I was in.
And why did you feel a responsibility with respect to those 2 franchise films?
Warner Brothers was starting to get quite upset about some of the things that were being said about me in the press that were constant hit pieces. On one level, yes, it's just acting, it's just movies, but it's business and it's your word. And I had given my word to them, and I felt responsible that I had to tell them exactly what was going on, and that it was going to end up ugly.
And which of those 2 film franchises were you a part of?
I'm sorry.
Which of those 2 film franchises were you a part of?
I was in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and I was in the Fantastic Beasts: The Crimes of Grindelwald.
Could we please pull up DX 883? Now, Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing these text messages during Mr. Rottenborn's examination?
Oh God, yeah, yes, I remember.
And you didn't seem to recall these text messages, is that fair?
It truly is fair. It's not, I'm not
Do you have
seeing
any,
those. I don't know who Molly is. I don't know nothing about this.
do you have any understanding of what you're referring to in this text message? Or these 2 text messages?
No. I honestly, if somebody else had borrowed my phone or something and made this text to Stephen, possibly. But I don't understand I don't have that kind of, I don't have that kind of hubris or expectation. That's quite grotesque text.
Can we take that down, please? Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1821? Mr. Depp, do you recognize this document?
That is behind the bar, yes.
Okay, and do you see Mr. Ronborn asked you some questions about whether there was a telephone.
Yes,
in
now
Australia.
I see a telephone there now.
And
I do,
did you
I really
recall that
do.
telephone being there?
I don't recall the telephone being there, but I can see it now.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820? Do you recall me showing you this text message earlier on? Or excuse me, do you recall
yes,
me
of
showing you
course.
this picture
Yes.
during your examination?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And I think I asked you whether you recall a phone being mounted on the wall in the left of this picture. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And what was your answer to that?
no.
Mr. Depp, Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions about your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And I believe you had testified that you and Miss Heard were on the Orient Express together.
that's correct, yes.
Where had you been prior to being on the Orient Express?
We had been in Australia. And then made it over to Thailand to catch the Orient Express.
If we could bring up the Plaintiff's Exhibit 162 again. Mr. Depp, do you know who took this picture?
Malcolm Connolly.
And despite what Mr. Rottenborn showed you about the picture of you prior to this, do you see a bruise on your face in this picture?
I see like what looks like a pretty decent shiner and a kind of a scratched up nose, yes.
And do you recall how you got the scratches and the shiner?
There was a very brief freak out that Miss Heard had in our cabin just before this dinner. I can't remember why, but there were many. I remember taking the photograph, though. I mean, I remember being there. I remember meeting the chef and all that. But I mean, the quality of the photo's not great. The quality of the other photo that he showed us is prettied up.
Mr. Depp, did you ever physically abuse Miss Heard during your relationship?
Never. Never.
No further questions.
All right, sir, you can have a seat next to your attorneys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Your next witness. Didn't quite get that, I'm sorry.
Wow, thank God that's
That's
over.
called Morgan Tremaine.
All right, Morgan Tremaine.
Wow, thank God that's over.
I can hear you twice.
There's an echo for some reason. I heard it too.
My YouTube's muted. Seems to have gone now. Oh, this is TMZ guy, isn't it?
Oh, is it? Morgan. I don't know. I don't know who this witness is.
Yeah, I think he's the TMZ guy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tremaine.
Hello,
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Morgan Cliff Tremaine.
And what do you do for a living?
I produce esports events and design video games.
And in 2016, what did you do for a living?
I worked as the field assignment manager at TMZ.
What is TMZ?
TMZ is an entertainment news website and television show.
And what were your responsibilities as a field assignment manager for TMZ?
I was the go-between the news desk in the office and the reporters in the field, which you might know as paparazzi.
Approximately how many paparazzis were you in charge of?
At the time, it was about 20 in LA, a handful, maybe 3 in New York, and then 1 in DC.
And what were your responsibilities specifically as to the paparazzi?
It would be to dispatch paparazzi to various locations based on tips or just direction dictated by having a list of sort of hot spots where celebrities would be.
And how were those tips received?
They were received either through tips that we received through our tip line or directly through news producers in the office.
And were tips frequently received directly from sources?
Very often the case, yeah.
And who were the type of sources that TMC received tips from?
They would receive tips from, oftentimes it would be publicists, managers, agents, or B-list celebrities.
Lawyers?
And lawyers, definitely.
How are tips verified?
Tips are verified by an extensive process. If they come in through our tip line, we have to verify who sent it, that that the source is truthful, and so they have to add their contact information, which is a field in that on that website for like name, phone number, things like that.
And how long did that process typically take?
If we receive a tip through the tip line, it could take a while because that would need to be, if it was a tip, we would need to verify it. If it was media, such as photos or videos, that would need to be extensively verified to ensure that the person sending it is the copyright holder and that we would have the legal ability to air it and distribute it.
And while working for TMZ, were you involved in any assignments related to Ms. Heard?
I was.
What was the first time you recall working on an assignment related to Ms. Heard?
I believe it was May 27th, 2016.
And what was your role in that assignment?
For that, Ms. Heard was filing a restraining order at a courthouse in downtown Los Angeles. So I dispatched camera people to that location.
Under what circumstances would you normally send paparazzi to a courthouse?
Only if we had been informed prior. It's not by any means a celebrity hotspot. We would only ever send people there if we had been tipped off that something was occurring and there was somebody present there.
And what footage was TMZ trying to capture at the LA courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
We were trying to capture Amber leaving the courthouse and an alleged bruise on the right side of her face.
What was your team of paparazzi supposed to do while they were at the LA courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay and foundation.
What were they supposed to do?
Right. She's asking for, I don't think there's a foundational.
I'll overrule the objection at this point.
Go ahead, Mr. Tremaine.
Can you state the question again?
What was your team of paparazzi supposed to do while they were at the Los Angeles courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
Their objective was to capture her leaving the courthouse, and then she was going to sort of stop and turn towards the camera to display the bruise on the right side of her face, the alleged bruise.
Did your team of videographers get the shot of Amber Heard?
We did.
What is the difference between receiving a tip from a news producer and any other source?
If it's any other source, it would have to be verified by copyright. If it was anything that was received directly through a news producer, then they go through that process to verify the source.
Did you do anything to verify the tip on May 27th, 2016 related to Amber Heard?
I did not,
Why not?
because it had come directly from a news producer.
Does that mean it had been verified?
It means that they had verified that tip and deemed that it was credible, and therefore a camera person needed to be dispatched.
After May 27th, 2016, were you involved in any other assignments related to Amber Heard?
Yes.
Can you tell me about those assignments?
The next one would have been August 6th, 2016, where she was giving a deposition.
So what did you do in relation to that tip?
I dispatched camera people to a parking lot adjacent to a law office in which she would be arriving to, so we could get the footage of her arriving for the deposition.
Do you typically send paparazzis to parking lots of law offices?
No, not at all.
Did you get the shot of Ms. Heard on August 6, 2016?
We did.
After August 6, 2016, were you involved in any other stories involving Ms. Heard?
Yes, I was.
And what story was that?
On the 12th, we received a video depicting Johnny Depp slamming some cabinets that was captured by Ms. Heard.
And what day was that?
I believe that was the August 12th
Of 2016?
of 2016, yes.
Can you describe to the jury how you received the video on August 12, 2016?
Yes, the video was sent in through our email tip line, which is an email distribution that goes to all the producers and to myself as the field assignment manager, because it often included celebrity locations. It came in as I recall,
Objection, hearsay.
He's just describing how it came in.
I think he's about to reveal hearsay, Your Honor.
I'll overrule for now. We'll see where it goes.
Please continue.
So I received that email and it included a link from some unknown Dropbox type public website in which it contained that
Objection,
video.
Your Honor, hearsay. He's about to describe what comes from the Dropbox website, and that's.
So far, he just said was a link from a Dropbox. We'll see the next question. Go ahead, next question.
So you received a link. What was in that link?
In that link was the video of Johnny Depp smashing the cabinets.
And you received this video in your inbox, correct?
I did.
What did you do once you received that video?
We downloaded it. We alerted the web editor who was sitting next to me at the time. We downloaded it, and then were instructed by the news producer to do what we call slap bumpers and a bug on it, which is putting the dun 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 at the beginning end, and then putting a translucent watermark over it, which indicates copyright ownership.
After you did that, was it posted?
It was posted, yes.
Where was it posted?
It was posted to tmz.com.
Did you do anything else related to Amber Heard on August 12, 2016?
Yes, I received a tip that Amber Heard would be arriving at LAX, and so I dispatched camera people to film that exit, or her arrival to LAX rather.
And why did you do that?
I was instructed to.
How long does it take to post a story after media's been received by TMZ?
After media's been received, it could take any length of time depending on who owns the copyright.
How does TMZ obtain copyright over images and videos?
The only way to obtain copyright over media would be if we shot it ourselves, if it was sent to the tip line, source verified that it was from the original copyright owner, and then either purchased from that person or given to us. And then the third option would be if it was directly given to us by the copyright holder, like a direct source.
And how long does it take to copyright something TMZ has received through the tip line?
It can take a while because you have to extensively verify that that person owns the copyright. And then possibly, it depends also if you can even get in contact with the person, because they might not be super responsive immediately via phone or email that they provided. And then potentially you'd have to enter a negotiation with our clips and clearances department to figure out the cost of that media.
How long does it take for TMZ to obtain a copyright over something received directly from a source?
Something in the realm of 15 minutes just to do what I described before, which is putting bumpers and a bug on something and write the article and post it. It's pretty fast.
How much time had passed from the time you received the kitchen cabinet video to the time it was posted on TMZ?
About 15 minutes.
Did any other tabloids other than TMZ post this video?
No,
Objection, leading and calls for hearsay.
Did any other tabloids?
Overrule.
Mr. Tremaine, go ahead.
No, they did not.
And why not?
Because it was a TMZ exclusive.
And what does that mean?
It means the TMZ owns the copyright to it. So it can't be distributed by any other media source without backlinking to TMZ. And they wouldn't be able to upload that media without getting a copyright strike.
Have you seen the kitchen cabinet video that was played in this trial?
I have, yes.
How does that video that was played in this trial compare to the one you received on August 12, 2016?
When I had clicked the direct link that we received and watched the video in its entirety, it was much shorter than the video we had received, than the video that's been played in this trial. There was a bit at the beginning that was played here in which Ms. Heard is seemingly sort of sitting at the camera and getting into position. And then there's a bit at the end where she's seemingly snickering and looks at the camera. That part was not present in what we received.
Did TMZ edit the video?
No, not even a little. when we receive something and it's edited, there's a clear indicator because there's sort of a journalistic practice that uses when there's an edit, you do what's called like a white flash transition, which covers the entire screen with white to very clearly indicate to everybody there was an edit here for time or whatever, just to make it a little more compelling. But in this case, it was not edited as I was staring at the machine that edited it and present for the entirety of receipt to publishing.
When was the next time you worked on an assignment related to Amber Heard?
It was, well, there was the time where we went to the airport. And then the day after that, because she had flown in for the deposition, because I think the first time didn't work out. So she was arriving again for the deposition in that same parking lot adjacent to a law office.
And what's that, August 13th, 2016?
That was August 13th, yeah.
And what was your assignment on August 13th, 2016?
To dispatch camera people to that parking lot at a specific time in order to film Amber Heard arriving for the deposition.
How did you know that tip was legitimate?
It came from a news producer.
While you worked at TMZ, did you ever receive any communications from Mr. Depp or his camp?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes. So how do you know what video was shown at this trial?
I was alerted by a friend that that TMZ was being kind of talked about in this trial, and so I had seen a clip of that.
So you watched some of this trial?
Correct.
Okay. When did you first reach out to counsel for Mr. Depp?
I believe that was 6 days ago, whatever that date would be. I'd have to do that.
All right. And then you received a subpoena, I think yesterday, in care of your attorney, Cindy Hickox, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Cindy Hickox represents Christy Dombrowski, Kate James, Robin Baum. and
Objection,
Debbie
Your
Lloyd.
Honor.
Were you aware of
Calls for
that?
speculation.
Overruled.
Were you aware of that?
No.
Now, if you don't have information that's helpful to this case, then you wouldn't be a witness, correct?
Objection. Calls for
can't.
speculation.
Sustained. Sustained. Next question.
I'm not
All right.
aware.
Okay, you know this case is being televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
I can ask that question.
Overruled.
So I stand to gain nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself kind of in a target of TMZ, a very litigious organization, and I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
A little argumentative, don't you think?
Oh, hardly. I find that to be purely logical. Thank you.
Now, are you aware that Mr. Depp's attorneys were well aware of the TRO that was going to be presented on May 27th?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Were you aware of that?
Lack of foundation.
Overruled if you can answer it.
Can you restate the question?
Were you aware that Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys were aware that Amber Heard was going in to seek a TRO on May 27th?
I don't think I understand the question. I don't think so, no.
Okay.
It's
Do
kind of a
you
complicated question.
know whether Blair Burke, one of Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys, had a very close relationship with TMZ at that time?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Overruled. If he knows.
I was not aware of that.
Okay. And when you said that you were dispatched twice, once to film Amber in a parking lot for the deposition, and then it didn't work out, and so you had to do it another time. How did you know it didn't work out?
Because TMZ.com posted an article saying as much.
Okay.
And
do
I
you
was
know-
not dispatched.
Do you know
worked in the office.
why the deposition did not work out?
I'd have to reference the article, I forget.
So do you know?
I didn't write that story. I wasn't involved in the
Do
actual
you know
journalism of that.
which side? Do you know which side would have known or not known whether that deposition was going to work out? In other words, the people representing Mr. Depp or the people representing Ms. Heard?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. And then the video clip. You don't know who provided that, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Not testifying to
I
that.
have no further.
All right, redirect.
Mr. Tremaine, why did you contact me in relation to this case?
I saw that there was a discrepancy with like the video that was shown here and the video that I know I'd received. So I had no interest in testifying. I had reached out simply to maybe try to help with the timeline of things or help with the case in any way, just by virtue of understanding the timeline of the stories that were published and kind of how that can be unclear. But I had no idea I'd be on the stand.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, sir, you're free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. You have another witness? Okay.
Mr. Depp calls Brian Newmeister, Your Honor.
All right, Brian Newmeister.
Okay, Brian Newmeister is the tech expert. So he checked all the photos for evidence.
Like the metadata?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Here we go.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Newmeister.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
It's Norbert, Norbert, Brian, I go by Brian, Bryan, Newmeister, Neumeister.
Of course.
Could you start by describing your educational background, please?
My educational background, well, I graduated from Cal State University Northridge 42 years ago with a degree in political science. From then on, I've been working professionally in photography, totally unrelated, for the past 42 years. And that would also include videography, audio, and a few other different binary related tasks.
Where do you currently work?
I own USA Forensic.
What is USA Forensic?
USA Forensic is a digital forensics company. We are boutique. We're very small. We work. We have offices in Grosse Pointe Farms, Michigan, and in Phoenix, Arizona. We work with varying types of clients because to us, data is data and it takes no side. So we could be ending up working for prosecution, defense, law enforcement, the Innocence Project. We have a contract with the Department of Defense. We do classified and unclassified work. We've done classified work with various agencies. We've worked with DOJ, and I've worked in 23 countries as a photographer.
What's your title at USA Forensic?
CEO.
Did you also found USA Forensic?
Originally, in around 1990, it was called Skymeister. And that is because of the amount of helicopter photography time I have. About 10 years ago, we changed it to USA Forensic while still doing a lot of the same tasks.
And you described, I think, some of the entities that you work with. What kind of work do you do for those entities that you mentioned?
We do audio forensics, which is clarifying audio, for example, sting operations or audio that may have been picked up on surveillance or any other type of recording, removing background sounds. Video clarification, we do a lot of work with Axon cameras.
Checked on relevance based on the discussion we had earlier. This experience has absolutely nothing to do with anything.
All right, do you have an objection to him being moved in as an expert in the field?
Well, she hasn't moved yet. I'm objecting to the relevance of the testimony on the subject matter right now.
I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Go ahead, Mr. Newmeister, you can continue.
Where I left off is we do a lot of work with Axon police cameras because they don't really handle low lux levels or low light levels very well. So we clean up, we are beta testers for a program called Input Ace, which is part of the Axon company used by police officers. We clarify their cameras to better see what happened at night, for example, in different scenes. We do the same with surveillance cameras, any kind of camera, cell phone cameras. We also do cell phone forensics, computer forensics, and cell tower forensics, along with photographic forensics.
What types of cases do you work on?
It can be anything from Fortune 500s to it can be anything from a pro per, which is a person that's actually just representing themselves in a smaller case, to a lot of homicide cases, defamation. It could be any kind of case that requires cell phone extractions or computer extractions, could be money laundering, could be the Department of Defense identifying a voice, that type of thing. Satellite imagery, and basically anything with binary information.
Have you been retained as an expert before?
Oh, yes. I would say we average about 150 to 200 cases a year. In the last 4 years, we've done over 600 cases, and that would be in U.S. federal courts, U.S. district courts, various state courts throughout the United States. We just wrapped up a case that was an overseas case, wrapped up yesterday. We do U.S. military court. We have a case coming up in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. So it's really varied. I've done quite a few U.S. district court cases.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics before?
Yes. And what people sometimes don't understand is only about 2% of all cases go to trial. So 98% of the time, you're actually just doing the forensic work and getting it to the parties. And as we say, data is data. It really doesn't take a side. We don't have a narrative. So very often it's just providing the data for the attorneys to work with or the parties.
Have you ever been excluded from testifying as an expert regarding any work that you performed?
No, but you have to take into account that sometimes there might be curbs put on what, for example, in this trial, there's certain boundaries. Or if you're working with a proper or with a attorney that is not very familiar with electronics. And the thing is, again, they teach Latin in law school, not binary. And binary is the universal language these days. So sometimes in the legal system, it's a little bit hard to explain to attorneys what exactly we're doing. So we try to break it down and make that work.
What is digital forensics?
Digital forensics is anything that you are using, like your television set, your cell phone, your computer, anything that runs off of binary information that has coding in it.
How long have you worked in digital forensics?
Well, I actually started off in analog, so it's been 40 some odd years. I started off as a cameraman. My first cameras were film cameras. When I was a kid, my dad was a director of sales and sales service administration for the NBC television network on the West Coast. So I grew up around television cameras. My first cameras were cameras people might not have heard of, Leica, Hasselblad, cameras like that. I trained with some of the best photographers around at the time, William Wallner, Niall Latham, really excellent photographers. And I started shooting videotape from helicopters, and I logged about 14,700 hours of video. And at that time, oddly enough, since we were the only helicopter, a television helicopter, we were the only helicopter in Phoenix. At the time, the sheriff's department did not have a helicopter. The police department did not have a helicopter, nor did Aerovac. So we ended up doubling up, being a news crew as well as an air rescue crew. So as far as forensics, analog probably from 1980 to 1990 and digital from 1990 through current.
How'd you get started in it?
Really by osmosis. I started in the production field. I usually don't do that much TV work anymore. I did shoot part of an episode, a program called Planet Earth for the BBC last year. I don't normally do television anymore. It's just 99% forensics. But I got started because very often as working in the helicopter, we'd be asked to work for a police department in a rescue or a chase or whatever the situation might be. And since I'd be videotaping it, they would ask me to break it down frame by frame and analyzing it using what's called a time-based corrector in the day. And so word got out that I could do unusual things because I'm pretty good with machines. And it just ended up, more and more people started calling and it just became a full-time job.
Have you received any professional certifications in forensics?
Yes, but again, most hackers and people who do interesting work don't have any certifications because the certification is usually like a week-long course. I've been doing this stuff 42 years. My partner, Matt Erickson, he's actually
Objection, Your Honor, to the partner is not testifying to
All
these
right.
qualifications
I'll
on relevance.
Sustained objection.
Mr. Newmeister, can you just describe which professional certifications you have received?
For cell phones, Oxygen, which is a program similar to Celebrite. But these are programs that are used by law enforcement and by private parties to extract data from cell phones that has been deleted or which is critical in a lot of cases, deleted data, or just to what we call image a cell phone. In other words, get every bit of data that's possible on a cell phone. And again, every cell phone is different. The next would be in cell tower forensics.
Are you a member of any professional associations in your field?
Yes, the IEEE, which is the International Engineering Society. And the reason I belong to that is about 40% of the world's white papers on electronics are published through IEEE. So they have a huge database on anything from microwave technology to telephone transmission technology. Anything that I might work with, they might have a white paper on it. Also, with the Audio Engineering Society, AES, I'm a member of that. I lecture to AES. There's a few others, but again, they're just mainly to have a repository of information.
Have you received any honors or awards?
Yes, I've received about 80 honors and awards. I have for videography, I've got a total of 12 Emmy Award statues, but I've been the principal in 39 Emmy Awards, which means I've written the music for the program, and the program has won the Emmy Award for music, but it was given to the production company, which happens a lot. I won for best editing. I won for best ACE editing, which is computer editing. Best sound. I've won, done the music to a piece that won the Golden Lion at the Cannes Film Festival. I've done music to a piece that won the gold at the Calgary Film Festival. I've got a lot of awards from Associated Press and different companies from doing documentaries and news.
Have you published any works in the field of digital forensics?
Yes, and they're mostly articles, about a half dozen of them or so. We don't have much time, and I don't usually do it, but it was basically on most of my work deals around clarifying or authenticating. So it was basically the things I published were on clarification of digital files.
Have you appeared on TV as an expert in digital forensics?
Yes.
Where?
CBS, NBC, ABC, BBC, Discovery Channel, a number of different things.
Any particular examples of things that you've spoken on TV about?
Boston bombings, how the frame averaging was done on that, sort of things like that. Again, we get calls a lot, but I don't speak specifically about cases. I just speak about technology.
Have you given any public lectures in the field of digital forensics?
Yes, we get asked quite often, but due to our schedule, it's a little rough. We do what's called Inns of Court. We speak in front of private investigator groups. We do attorneys continuing legal education. Audio Engineering Society, we try to do a few a year, and that's about what our schedules will allow given our time.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to tender Mr. Newmeister as an expert in the field of digital forensics.
Any objection?
No objection,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
so moved.
Mr. Newmeister, turning to the work you've done in this case, what have you done?
I was asked to analyze the photographs of purported injuries to Ms. Heard.
And what was the purpose of that analysis?
To authenticate photos or to review and see if they were altered in any way.
What did you analyze to reach your opinions?
Well, I analyzed groups of photos that were submitted by Ms. Heard's legal team.
What work did you do to analyze those photographs?
Well, normally you start off by looking at what's called the EXIF data. The EXIF data is the binary data that's encoded into a photograph. It tells you, for example, if the flash fired, what the operating software version was of the cell phone or camera that shot a photo, what type of lens was used, what the f-stop was. There's literally about 1,000 lines of code in the EXIF data on a JPEG photo. So we would start with an EXIF editor or an EXIF viewer.
Anything else that you looked at?
Yes, when we're dealing with RGB cameras, which are red, green, and blue channel cameras, which would be a cell phone or a basic home camera, they're based on RGB channels. We would do four types of scopes. We would do a vector scope, we do a luminance scope, we do a waveform scope, and then what's called an RGB parade. And those scopes analyze different things. The vector scope analyzes where the different types of colors are headed in, for example, it's broken up into reds, magenta, different areas on a scope. We would take a look at that to see if there's anything out of the normal for the type of camera being used. In other words, would there be above a certain percentage of chroma? And chroma means color saturation.
Objection, Your Honor. Outside the scope, we can approach.
All right,
Like,
you want to approach?
See you later, Victoria. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate it. Take care. If anybody has to leave, feel free. I'm actually going to take off in about 45 minutes. So that way I can go get footage
Go to the court.
of Johnny leaving out of the courthouse. Yeah. So this is Johnny's witness, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Just making sure. There's so many witnesses, I just get confused.
Yeah, except all his ones are professional.
So where are you located? What time is it where you're at?
It's okay. Do I have to speak American time or
You what?
do I have to speak American time as in like PM instead of like military time? Because
You can no, I understand military. I know
okay,
military
yeah.
time. Yeah.
2027.
Okay, so it's 11:30. Okay, so it's yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
11:30
almost
almost.
half past 8.
You have to be up early?
Well, yes, I have 2 children.
Okay. Well then, yeah, if you need to attend to your children.
No, my kids are in bed.
Okay.
Mr. Newmeister, based on the analysis you performed in this case, have you formed any opinions?
Pardon?
Based on the analysis you've done in this case, have you formed any opinions?
Yes.
What are they?
Well, 3 basic ones. One is quite a number of the photos have been through a photo, and at least one, possibly 2.
objection, Your Honor. Foundation, which photos is he referring to? We have to go through this one by one.
One's in evidence. Mr. Newmeister, in terms of the photos that you looked at and that you formed opinions about, do you understand if they've been submitted as evidence in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And what conclusions have you formed about those?
Same objection, Your Honor. That doesn't cure the issue of the objection. We have to go through this. Which photos is she talking about? Which one's in evidence? What exhibit numbers? That's the basis of the
We're
objection.
talking generally about opinions right now, Your Honor, and we're going to get into some specifics.
You have to go straight to specifics.
Okay. Mr. Newmeister, have you prepared a demonstrative that aids in your testimony with respect to any of the photos that you looked at in this case?
Yes.
I'd like to pull up plaintiff's 1303. Your Honor, if I might approach.
Your Honor, I would again object. We can approach to discuss
Okay,
it.
you want to approach?
They don't like that it's not going their way.
Tom, can we pull up Defendant's Exhibit 178, which has been admitted into evidence? Mr. Newmeister, does this photo appear to be one that you have analyzed as part of your analysis in this case?
There were many versions of this photo. I would say there were dozens of different versions with different chromatic values, different file sizes, different physical sizes. Some had been through Photos 1 or Photos 3, which are photo editing software programs.
Oh,
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to show Mr. Newmeister's demonstrative Plaintiff's Exhibit 1303.
All right, any other objection?
I would object again, Your Honor, because the photograph in 178 is not in evidence. Or, yeah, I mean, the photograph is in evidence. None of the photographs he wishes to show the jury are in evidence.
1303 is in evidence over objection. I'm not in evidence, I'm sorry, as a demonstrative.
Just as a demonstrative.
I'm sorry.
Can we go to 1303, please? And Mr. Newmeister, what does this demonstrative show about the photos that you analyzed?
Well, they appear to be similar. However, if you look below at the file sizes, one on the left is 712 kilobytes. The one in the middle is 489 kilobytes. And the one on the right is 524 kilobytes. Now, what's unusual about that is these photos will not digitally fingerprint with each other. They won't hash. In other words, forensically, they don't match. But the thing is, you could say, well, it was sent through email, maybe it's a different size. The file sizes, for example, would be possibly, you can select the file size, you send a photo, but there's no way to authenticate any photo that was presented in the way the evidence was collected.
And so what conclusions do you draw from that?
Well, this is just three of many of the same type of photos that are all different sizes and have different chromatic, which means color.
Objection, Your Honor. We just had a ruling on this.
All right, sustained objection.
Mr. Newmeister, stick to your opinions that relate specifically to what you analyzed about the EXIF data, please.
All three of these photos had to go through some type of transformation to change sizes.
We can take that one down. You mentioned photos 1.5 and photos 3.0 earlier, I believe.
Photos.
What is that?
Photos 3 and Photos 1.5 are editing programs that Macintosh or Apple put out with their products. It's for editing photos. In other words, you would put a photo in and you would change the colors, or you would crop it, or you would clarify it by enhancing, for example, sharpening, or you could darken it. But when you save a photo through an editing program, you leave a mark on the EXIF data.
And what is the EXIF data?
The EXIF data is the data that is embedded in a photograph that tells you a lot about the photograph. And again, in the early days when we were using film cameras, you would write down the f-stop, which is the light setting. You would write the type of lens used, the time of day, the type of film stock, the type of filters you're using. Now with digital cameras, that's done electronically, and there's about 1,000 lines of code, of which 50 are probably important, that tell you what the camera was doing.
So what's the significance of EXIF data in your photo analysis?
Well, in this situation, I can see that normally where the operating system of the camera would be, which means the version that the operating system the phone is running on, it would normally say something like, I'll just throw out an arbitrary number, 9.1.3 operating system for iOS, which is Apple's iPhone operating system. Instead of saying that, it says software Photos 3.0 or Photos 1.0. That means that the photo had to be rendered, which means composited together in an editing program.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that shows some of your analysis of some of the EXIF data of the photos in this case?
Yes, I did.
Darth,
Can we
I
pull up
think your mic's on.
1304, please? Your Honor, may I approach?
You okay?
Permission to publish as a demonstrative, Your Honor.
Any objection? Any objection, Mr.
I'm sorry,
Murphy?
Your Honor. My
She wishes
co-counsel's
to
talking.
publish
I'm
it
so sorry.
as a demonstrative.
Um, no objection as a demonstrative.
All right, thank you. We'll publish it as 1304, just as a demonstrative.
And Mr. Newmeister, are these images in this demonstrative excerpts from the report you prepared in this case?
Yes, they are.
And what do they show?
On this particular photo and on all of them, it shows the first few lines of EXIF data, the ones that would be most important for this photograph. So, for example, things you would see, the very top line would be the make of phone. It's an Apple iPhone 6. And then the resolution is 72 pixels per inch, 72:1. And instead, where it says software on a normal iPhone photo, it would, instead of saying photos 3, it would say the software version, for example, 9.3.1. And then you've got the date and the time of the photo below that, which is really easy to change in an EXIF editor. And below that, you have things like the like the flash. You've got the exposure type, how long the exposure was. So what you just highlighted there again was the date and time. So that's universal time code minus whatever area you're in the world.
Anything else you want to show us with this demonstrative?
Yeah, just below that, if you look, there's some things that would say, for example, a directly photographed image. That is not going to be necessarily accurate once it's been through an editor. It will always pretty much say that. So when you're looking at scene type or auto exposure, these are things that that really don't matter all that much. What would matter is, for example, if you're taking notes, the focal length would be important. The pattern of metering, things like that to a photographer would be important. And again, this is just a few lines, and the reason I put these in there was just to explain a bit what EXIF data is. The actual thing I'm trying to point out is the fact that instead of an operating system, it shows the editing program that was used on this photo.
Are there additional photos that you did this analysis for?
Yes, many.
Can we scroll to the next page, please, Tom? Is there anything about this photo that you noted as part of your analysis, Mr. Newmeister?
Yes, again, it's you know, right there, you've got photos 3.0 on that particular photo. And I think, you know, we pretty much covered what the stuff is, but again, you see the photos 3.0. And again, this could not come out of an iPhone this way. This would go into a computer, be edited and rendered through the photo editor. And this would then be embedded in the EXIF data.
Do you have other photos in this demonstrative?
Yes.
All right, can we scroll to the next page?
Same thing. You've got up here in the top, you've got the photos 3.0, and this is throughout a lot of the photos that are in evidence, or versions of the photos in evidence, were gone through photos 3.0 or photos 1.5, an earlier version.
Can we scroll to the next page, please, Tom? And what about this one?
Same thing, photos 3.0. And again, in a photo editing app, you can do an awful lot of things. So when you see photos 3.0, first of all, you know it's not anywhere near an original. There's going to be compression artifacts because it's a JPEG file.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Can we move on to the next page of this demonstrative, please?
And again, same thing. You've got the photos app.
Okay. And I believe there's one final photo in this demonstrative. What about this one?
Again, if you look up there, it says photos 3.0 on that particular photo.
All right, we can take that one down. Your Honor, I have a little bit left. I don't know if you wanted to.
All right, you want to take our afternoon? Let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess. Just do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. Thank you. All right, so let's just come back at 4 o'clock. All right. Thank you.
Hi, Margot.
Okay, so they're taking a 20-minute break. That's actually right at the time I have to leave is when they get back. So if anybody wants to cut out now, I guess you could, but I'm going to hang around and just kind of digest everything. Let's see here. What did you think about that?
Well, I think it was a very smart move to have him come up because I believe, from what I can recall from the real Laura B, she gave over, this was in the court documents, she gave over 93,000 files. I think that includes emails and texts and stuff like that.
93,000.
Yeah, including pictures and everything, in hope that he wouldn't be able to do it on time, because he did complain and say, we've been asking for these for ages and I've still not received them. When I did get them, she gave me over 93,000. Some of them were irrelevant, like pictures of her just having selfies with friends.
Right.
Where she was told to specifically give over certain things. And basically he was pissed off. And
right. Okay. I follow. So I mean, it does look good for Johnny. I mean, like, see here, Frez Blood. Yeah, dude, it's over for Amber Turd. It is over. I don't see Amber Heard being desired by any studio after this.
but you know that those stands of her are still not going to believe it, no matter what.
No, I know, but it's just that they're so insignificant. They're almost not even worth talking about. I mean, I made a compilation video of everything that they have, of all the
I know,
things.
I saw.
Yeah. I mean, I know that pissed some people off, but I just wanted to show people, like, hey, this is literally what Amber Heard's side thinks they have, and these are the
I
people.
don't get
These are their
why
bad.
that took people off.
Come
It
again?
was so obvious. I don't get why it pissed people off. It was so obvious what it was, that it was a piss take.
Oh yeah, I know. It was very obvious. But I see Johnny. I see his career having a big comeback as soon as he gets like a. Well, I think he needs to find a new studio that's not Disney or Warner Brothers. But if he gets another studio role, I think he's all the way back. Amber's done. I don't think Aquaman is going to keep her in the final cut at all, especially after finding out she had the option contract. I mean, they have no, reason to keep her in the movie at this point.
Oh,
Not.
she was shit anyway. So.
Oh yeah, she's just a shit actress. Period. I mean, she's always been so bad. She's been so, especially her acting in the movie Drive Angry. I watched some bits and pieces of that movie recently, and oh my god, I
mean,
I don't
I
know.
have actually only seen her in. Well, I watched the first Justice League. I don't remember her in that at all. And I watched Aquaman when it came out, but I didn't have any idea who she was, even though all this had been said. I didn't know who she was. I didn't even know she was Johnny Depp's wife.
You didn't know she? Oh, really? Okay, yeah. Well, I guess she wasn't
at the time. I didn't
she
know.
Yeah, she's not famous. She's famous for all the wrong reasons now. You know, I don't get it. She could have been like the her and Johnny. They could have had this like, this artistic kind of like hippie, like like really good relationship type thing. But Amber just was not the person that she tried to put herself out to be. I mean, even just going through her recent Instagram post and just listening, just reading, it's just so cringe because it's just not that's not who she is. You can just tell from how she's been on the
This is
stand.
this is basically her biggest role she's ever had is this trial.
Oh, absolutely. I
She's
This really is. This is not only her big. I guess it is her biggest role because more people have watched this or have tuned into this her performance than anything else that she's done combined. Even Aquaman.
well, this has made her more famous than she could have ever hoped for.
Yeah,
And like you
I would
said,
say
for all the wrong reasons.
it's made her infamous, but yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it has made her more famous. But to people like Amber, negative publicity is good publicity. I find that to be true sometimes, but there's other times where it's just not good at all, and I don't think this is good for her at all.
I didn't notice they didn't put the camera on her when he was testifying, did they?
No, they did. Yeah, they did,
Oh,
and
they did. I didn't.
she
What was
was
she like?
laughing and rolling her eyes, and even Elaine made some smirky faces.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, it's just like what.
I
Just
mean, at this point, you
you want to
know,
look above the drama. Like I get Depp, kind of sparring with Amber's lawyers, but it's different when you're just reacting to what someone is testifying. Like Amber reacting to specific events that he's recalling and just making it a joke does not look good for her character. It just shows you that she is this person that Depp's trying to describe to everybody.
yeah.
Yeah.
But
And
someone said if Brie Larson has a career, Amber will. Well, I don't think
well,
she'll be hired
Brie
by any
Larson
good.
said that she doesn't like, old white men. That's different than,
Yeah.
and she's insufferable. She's like not a good actress. But if Brie Larson had done this to, I don't know, somebody like Johnny Depp, I don't think she'd be in the same position. I just think just too much dirty laundry. It's just too dirty for people to
But but there's a difference. Brie Larson, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen her in anything, but if I'm right, she made a career on her own back, not through her husband.
Oh, that's also true. Yeah.
So
I mean, Amber did make some career for herself but who knows how many people she's ridden off the coattails of before Johnny. I mean, how many people did she coerce or how many men did she court just to get to where
well,
she
I
is?
saw a story. Yes, well, someone was telling a story. Heard say that she apparently threatened a director with a sexual abuse allegation if he didn't cast her. Again, I don't know how true it is. People
Really?
say shit all the
See, that
time.
sounds
So.
exactly like something she would do. I mean, nothing at this point surprises me. I just get like upset.
But I'll never go over that text message that Johnny sent when he called her a cum guzzler. I just thought that was so funny.
I know yes, that's what she was. That's what she was being. I mean, maybe he was a little bit harsh, but I would be too if I found out my.
I don't think he was being harsh. I thought that was kind.
Well, I'm speaking for the people that might think he was being harsh. He could have went harder and probably should have. I don't think he should have stopped it at corpse.
But they took it completely out of context. That one about cum guzzler thing. He wasn't threatening her.
No, he
He
wasn't.
was venting.
Yes, and there's a fine line between threat and letting off steam, especially if if the conversation is with somebody else who's not Amber. Like if whatever conversation he had with his friends in private should not be taken as serious or a real threat. I mean, Johnny Depp is not going to kill somebody. Like he's not. It's just crazy to even suggest that he meant those words. Like, I want to burn her corpse and drown her and whatever. It's just like,
When
really?
everyone saw, well, the people who have seen Monty Python, but when the people who have seen Monty Python saw that, they immediately knew, even before the court case, that it was from Monty Python.
Wait, which part? What? Say that again?
The burning the corpse and the witch thing, drowning her, that is from Monty Python.
Oh, yeah. Monty Python, just a scratch. It's my favorite.
Everyone knew what it was from.
I know. I haven't seen that movie yet. Wait, what was it? Life of Brian is the last one I saw. I think. Monty Python. Our whole
I
family.
think it's from, oh God, what is the other one called?
I can't remember. Man, but they were so good. They were ahead of their time.
Imagine trying to make one of those movies today.
You can't. You can't. That's why I love Gene Wilder. Blazing Saddles. I don't care what you say. That movie is just, it's comedy at its best, satire at its best. Nobody's left out of the joke. Everyone gets a piece, and it's like nobody can just laugh at each other anymore. Meaning of life.
Exactly. No, it wasn't the meaning of life.
No.
It was
Sorry, Mel. Yeah,
reminds me,
Mel Brooks.
yeah.
Mel Brooks. That's what I'm talking about. Holy
Holy
Grail.
Grail.
Yes, that
That
was
was
it.
it.
Yes, Holy Grail. Man, I might just have to start rewatch those movies now.
Yeah, that's why Johnny loves British people.
I know, their humor is so good. I actually like the original Office almost as much as the American version. I mean, if Steve Carell was not in the original Office, I would have preferred the British. I just like the stupid dry humor. It's like,
Well, I haven't actually seen. the
you
American
haven't?
Office,
Oh
no.
man.
But I have to defend. I have to say, Ricky Gervais one's got to be the best.
Oh, I love Ricky. It's funny. He grew on me over the years, and it took a while for me to truly understand, like, kind of what he's about and his humor. And once it clicked, I just was like, "You're my favorite."
Have you watched anything else of his?
I actually I fell asleep last night watching his new stand-up on Netflix. Yeah, I downloaded it on a torrent, so I was just checking it out, and just it was pretty good. I can see why people are getting so mad, but it's like people get mad about
Yeah.
everything.
He still just don't give a fuck, even now.
Yeah,
He's
no,
just like, if you're offended, that's your problem, not mine.
you have to be like Dave Chappelle. You have to have that. Yeah, I don't give a fuck what you think, and if you don't think it's funny, change the channel. Don't watch it. Don't
Yeah.
laugh. But it's like, it's almost like people go out of their way to watch content just to get mad at it and just to take it out of the joke context and make it seem like it's a real threat against someone or a minority group. And it's like, that is not what is happening here. It's a joke.
But if you know, like, who the comedian is, you must know, like, people know who Ricky Gervais is. They must know what his sense of humor is and what he talks about in his shows or his stand-ups or whatever. So
Yeah.
why would they sit there and watch it just to complain? I just don't get it. It's like the people on Twitter. They just go on there to moan.
Yeah, I know. It's just a place for them to vent their, I don't know, microaggressions.
They're just sad little people.
Yeah. Do you know Doug Stanhope? He's friends with Johnny Depp. He's funny.
Yes, he slagged Johnny Depp off. So no, not Doug Stanhope. The other one I'm thinking of.
No, Doug is still cool with Johnny.
Doug Stanhope is the one that stuck up for Johnny. It's the other one, the one with the curly hair. What's his name?
Curly hair.
He just recently slagged Johnny off, saying he's a narcissist.
Oh, Howard Stern. Oh yeah.
Yeah, him.
He's not a comedian. He's a radio jock. douche
But
job.
apparently him and Johnny used to be friends or something, and now he's like slating Johnny
I don't
because
know how
he's saying,
Johnny could be friends with that man. That man is a bigger narcissist than Amber Heard.
he says he's saying Johnny's a narcissist for bringing this to the TV. But Johnny didn't actually bring this to the TV. It was the judge who ordered it. The judge wanted it to be on the TV because she thought it would stop the crowds gathering around the courthouse. And they were given the option to
Did
say
she
yes or
really?
no.
Wait, is that real? Is that what she actually did? She wait. The judge thought that would make the crowds smaller.
Yeah, yeah. This is what Laura B posted a court document where it says the judge ordered,
Obviously,
not
it made it
ordered,
go viral.
asked for the full cameras. Johnny was asked, would he mind? Johnny said no. Amber was asked. Johnny wouldn't mind that. Johnny said he didn't mind. He wouldn't mind it being shown on TV. Amber was asked the same, and she said no, completely. I do not want it shown on TV. So what does that tell you?
Oh man.
Everyone thought it was Johnny that asked for it.
No,
And he
Amber was
didn't.
like, "Oh shit! Now I have to actually try to act." Because like there's nothing real there. She just has to act the whole thing. Oh man, like I enjoy watching the body language experts talk about how she's just full of
So
it.
do I. Which ones do you watch?
To be honest, I don't. They just pop up in my feed. I don't know. Let me go here. Actually, I have some saved. I save a bunch of my playlists on YouTube.
There's like a Spanish speaking guy. I don't know how you pronounce his name, but it's spelt Jesus. He's good. And there's four guys.
Oh yeah. No,
language.
yeah. The body language guy. That's right. That's him. Yeah, I used his clips in my compilation video. Yes, there's the body language guy, and then there's also shoot. I'm surprised it's not just popping up. Oh, the behavioral arts, and there's also that skinny weird kid that is pretty articulate when it comes to. Oh, Derek Van Shake was another one.
I've not heard of him.
He's definitely like your typical YouTube personality, but he's pretty good at calling the bullshit when people are bullshitting, so he's enjoyable.
I mean, you don't even have to be a body language expert to see if Amber's lying. Maybe for anyone else in the court, but Amber, no.
People are little lie detectors. We can just tell when someone's being genuine and when someone's not. I mean, sometimes we get it wrong or we get like mixed signals and it's hard to tell, but I feel like everybody collectively is watching Amber's testimony and going, "This is bullshit. You're full of shit." That's what I feel.
I think that's partly why the courthouse has now got the crowds it's got. Because it never had the crowds to begin with, even when Johnny was on the stand. So if they were Johnny fans, those crowds would have been there from day one.
I know, yeah. It wasn't. I posted a photo the other day on my community that was day one versus like the day 21 or whatever, the most recent day, and there was nobody. The entire first week there were no crowds after court, not one person.
I know, that's what I mean. So, and it was Johnny's week. So if those were specifically Johnny Depp fans, they would have been there from day one, crowding those streets.
Yep.
Whilst he was on the stand, but they weren't.
They all came chasing clout is what they're doing. They want.
Yeah, they all came after they saw her on the stand. So clearly, they've noticed she's lying and are now supporting Johnny.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. He definitely has a larger fan base now than ever. I mean, I've seen so many comments of people that are like, "I'm not even a fan of Johnny," and all of a sudden, like, this man is like legendary.
Thank God now, isn't he?
All right, it should be back any minute now. So I've got
he's now got 18.2 million followers.
18.2 million. That's a lot.
And Amber's has gone up to 4.6 million.
Really? Oh yeah. Well, that's probably. I mean, that's what do you expect when you get this
There
much
have been,
exposure? I'm sure people. I'm sure a lot of those, unlike the first 3.8 million, which are in my opinion, mostly fake accounts. These ones, even if they are following Amber Heard, I wonder if they're doing it more out of morbid curiosity to see what kind of like BS she posts.
well,
More than
I know some people that do YouTube follow her.
yeah. I mean, I follow her on Twitter just so I can be notified when she does something stupid or says something. I mean, I don't follow her because
Yeah.
I like her, but oh man, they said they'd be back. It's 4. Oh, look at
Ready
that.
for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Well, if you have to go,
May we approach for just one moment?
Yeah, I'm gonna hang out for another about 15 minutes or 10 minutes, 10 more minutes.
how long
Yeah.
do you wait out there for then, outside the courthouse?
Well,
It doesn't finish till about 10, half 10 here.
isn't it over at 5?
It's supposed to finish at 5:30, but
Oh, at
yesterday
5
they
at
finished
5:30.
early,
Yeah, they finished before 5 yesterday.
so they might finish early again today. I don't know.
Let me pull up my maps.
But the judge did say they will be going to 5:30 every day, unless obviously they finish early.
Yes, Your Honor.
Starting
Sorry.
early and finishing late.
It's a 20-minute drive for me, so.
Fade, is he outside the courthouse?
Who?
That person in the chat, Fade, he said, oh, no, sorry, I missed it. I missed it what he said.
Seated, your next question?
Somebody
Telling
left
you
a
to
comment
sell
that they were there
snacks.
this morning.
Mr.
Telling you
Meister,
to
do you have
sell
another
snacks in the
demonstrative
queue.
prepared that shows a photo with EXIF data reflecting that it was saved in Photos 3?
Correct. Photos 3, yes.
Your Honor, we have a video of these photos, and we're happy to play it once so that council can review, if that's all right. Okay.
Are we reviewing new photos or going back to some of the same ones that have already been admitted into evidence?
Knowing her team is probably going over old ones.
Thank you, Kane. I appreciate that. And thank you, D. Jay Bird. Judge says 5:30 every day. That is true, but yesterday they ended 5 minutes before 5. I don't want to leave you guys, but I also want to time it so I can get there because I'm only here for one more day after this. And I want to get as much footage of Mr. DEPP as I can get.
I really want to know his reaction to the book. Obviously, we will never find out, but
Never say never. I mean, after this is all said and done, he might, make an Instagram post showing some pictures of some stuff that fans gave him. But I think out of all the the little trinkets and stuff that was thrown in the car, the book was just it was real quality. It was like an actual book, and it's like there's no way he just threw that aside and ignored it. Like I know he had to have read it.
yeah, I'm pretty sure he did.
I hope so.
But Tug was talking, and he's hoping once this is all finished and things have calmed down, he's going to ask Adam Waldman if he can interview Adam Waldman and then try to see if he can interview Johnny Depp.
Oh, that'd be nice.
All right, we took care of that, Your
All right,
Honor.
thank you.
May we publish or would you like to see it?
I'd just like to see it first. Yeah.
Okay. And what's demonstrative is this going to be then?
This is plaintiff's 1305, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Could you play it? There you go.
Subject to Your Honor's ruling, that's not.
All right, so 130, marked as plaintiff's 1305 and used as demonstrative, you can publish to the jury.
Mr. Newmeister, we're going to go ahead and play the demonstrative that you prepared, and then after the jury's had a chance to see it, if you want to explain to them what the demonstrative shows, that would be great.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you publish it? No, yes.
So, Mr. Newmeister, what was depicted in that video?
The same photo treated two different ways. One was marked with the original or with the operating system from an iPhone, which is iOS 9.3.1 on that particular photo. The one this is 9.3.1. There's a graphic below indicating it. The second photo is marked Photos 3, and it looks quite a bit different.
And just, Tom, could we pull up defendant 708? Mr. Newmeister, does the image in defendant 708 appear to be similar, same photo as what was depicted in your demonstrative?
Actually it's the Photos 3.0 edit version.
Thank you. We can take that one down, Tom. Mr. Newmeister, have you also formed an opinion about defendants exhibits 712 and 713?
Correct.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that shows?
Your Honor, exhibits 712 and 713 are outside the scope.
I can show you if you'd like, Your Honor.
Jay Bird, they mute the microphones.
All right, could we pull up plaintiff's exhibit 1306, Tom? And Your Honor, this is another video that, oh, can you pause that, please? This is another video that we prepared. It's not published yet, so I'm happy to play it once through. So that
I would just request, what exhibits are they? I'm sorry, Your Honor. What exhibits are these that are in this video? It doesn't say. I don't know.
yeah, I tried to get my question out a moment ago. Defendant 712 and 713, Your Honor.
Okay, 1306 then will be a demonstrative as identified and published.
And if we could go ahead and play that, please. Tom? And Mr. Newmeister, what's your, what do we see here in this demonstrative?
There's exhibit 712, I believe you have. I'm not sure the dates number, 712 and 713 They're two separate exhibits, except it's the exact same photograph that's been, one's been edited, one hasn't, or I can't say that one hasn't, but the colors have been modified in an editor.
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope of your ruling, talking about colors, it keeps happening.
Thank you. Mr. Newmeister, did you form an opinion in this case about the authenticity of the photos that you reviewed of Ms. Heard?
Well, first of all, I can't, nobody can identify the authenticity of the photos, of any of the photos. Marked photos 3, photos 1, or just marked with the operating system number. And the reason is the manner of collection. So these came from an iTunes backup. Now, what is an iTunes backup?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm sorry. You're beyond the scope of your ruling. EXIF metadata, this keeps happening.
Your Honor, may I approach on this one?
I don't get her. She's got to be mentally insane. She's acting like nothing's wrong.
She's acting like everything's fine.
She's so deluded.
Why? I just
Can
can't.
I just say, look at her hair. Doesn't it look like she's got a turd on her head?
It does. It does look like a little yellow turd.
She likes to troll, so I wonder if she did that on purpose.
I think she did.
So, Mr. Newmeister, without going into the specifics, what's your opinion about the authenticity of the photos you received from Ms. Heard?
Based on the way they were collected, there would be
Objection, Your Honor. We just ruled on this.
I framed my question, I thought, Your Honor, to avoid the issue that you're concerned about. Mr. Newmeister, what's your opinion about the authenticity here?
There's no way for any forensic expert to validate any of these photos.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Newmeister.
Good afternoon.
Your only degree is in political science, correct?
42 years ago, correct.
And you have no degree whatsoever from any academic institution in computer science, correct?
That's correct.
And you have no certifications in computer forensics, correct?
That's correct.
From the opinions you've testified today, you relied on no data except for the embedded EXIF metadata to support those opinions, correct?
Incorrect.
What other data did you rely on for the opinions you've testified to today?
I was trying to explain that you kept
What
objecting.
other data did you rely on for the actual opinions you've been able to testify to today besides EXIF metadata?
The type of extraction that was performed? You're asking the question.
For the
on
actual
that.
opinions you testified to.
That is what I would use. I would also use vector scopes.
Objection, Your Honor. That was not responsive to my question, Your Honor.
If you want to approach.
Oh, Your Honor, let me throw my toys out of the pram.
God, this is just really getting irritating.
Her team are such dickheads. They really don't like it when things aren't going their way.
No, they're really not going their way.
Sir, you can answer that question.
Pardon?
You can answer the question.
Can you restate the question?
I don't recall a question, Your Honor. We can move on.
Your Honor, maybe we could have the court reporter read it back.
They could redirect.
No. Okay, what was the question, Judy?
I believe the question was, what methodology did I use to make my findings?
Judy's voice has changed. That's...
Sorry.
Is that correct, Judy? Okay. That's fine. Okay.
So when you're analyzing video or photo, in this case,
Objection to video, Your Honor, that's beyond the scope.
All right, if you could just answer the question, sir.
He's trying to.
when
Jesus.
you're analyzing a photo, a digital photo, you look at the EXIF data, you use a vector scope, you can use a Pantone chart if that's available, and that should be done, but that's a whole different deal. If I go into that, you'll object to it. So you'd also use a waveform scope. You would use an RGB parade. You can use a histogram, though in this case, it's not really all that relevant.
You are not offering any opinions that any photograph in this case was intentionally modified by Ms. Hurd, correct?
I'm just stating the fact that photographs were modified.
But so you are not offering any opinion that any photograph in this case was intentionally modified by Ms. Hurd, correct?
That's correct.
Can you please pull up Exhibit 170A?
Is that defendants 170?
Defendants 170, yes, Your Honor. So you offered testimony regarding this photograph during the direct examination, right, Mr. Neumeister? That's a yes or no, sir.
The photograph like that, I don't exactly remember the photograph. There's so many different versions of this photograph, but yes, I talked about that particular photograph.
But do you recall being deposed in this matter?
Yes.
You were under oath?
Yes.
And that was on April 6, 2022?
I believe.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Their go-to argument is always to try and impeach the witness.
So, Mr. Neumeister, if you could please turn to page 76. And when I say pages, those are the little pages in the 4 boxes, not the page at the top. And do you see page 76, line 3? You were asked on April 6th, anywhere in your April 1st, 2022 expert disclosure, do you offer any opinions regarding the authenticity or lack of authenticity of the specific photograph produced as ALH 7101? Response, can I refer to my report to see if that specific number is in the report? Yes. Response, not that specific photo. I just grabbed 3 out of the batch. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you please pull up Exhibit 517 or Defendants 517?
Thank you.
You are not offering any opinions regarding this specific photograph, right, Mr. Neumeister?
That's correct. My testimony has been limited here.
And you are not offering any opinion that any photograph was visually doctored by Amber, correct?
Not by, I can't put the person who might have done it.
Well, you're not offering an opinion that a photo was visually doctored by anybody, are you?
I'd have to see each photo. There's no way to authenticate any of these photos based on what I received.
So you testified about Photos 3. Do you recall that testimony?
Correct.
Yeah, Photos 3 is a photo editing and photo sorting application, correct?
It's a photo editor and photo sorter, as are a number of editors.
So when you reference Photos 3.0, you never did any independent strike that, Your Honor. So when the software of a photograph in the EXIF metadata says Photos 3.0, that could be just saying that the photo was saved in Photos 3.0, correct?
Unless you looked at a scope of the photos, that would tell you that the parameters of the photo do not meet that of the cell phone that it was taken on.
But the notation Photos 3.0 in the software EXIF metadata, that does not in and of itself mean that the photo was edited in Photos 3.0, correct?
It means that you've recompressed the photo and it will not hash or digitally fingerprint with the original photo.
But it does not mean in and of itself that it was visually edited in any way in Photos 3.0, correct?
Again, it's not the same photo because you're using lossy compression once you save it. So you have changed the photo.
So if you could please turn to page 233 of that transcript. And line 20, do you see question? When it says exit software, okay, Photos 3.0 onto 234. That's just saying it was saved in Photos 3.0, right? Response, saved in 3.0. That's correct. Question, that notation in and of itself does not mean that the photo was edited in 3.0, right? Answer, that's correct. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
A file has not changed visually just because it has been processed through Photos 3.0, correct?
that's incorrect.
Can you look at page 128 of your deposition, please? At the bottom, line 20, question, you see, question, but the file changed visually just because it has been processed through Photos 3.0. Answer, obviously I understand what you're asking. From a technical point, yes, because of the compression. You get down to scopes and artifacts, yes, it has changed. Was it intentionally changed? We don't know. In other words, did somebody save it in there and just save the photo? We don't know. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct. But again, it says here.
That was my question, Mr. Neumeister.
Okay.
So if the EXIF metadata software field lists the software as iOS, you have no reason to dispute that, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, isn't data data? That's what you testified to, right?
It's very simple to modify EXIF data.
Did you find any evidence in this case of actual modification of EXIF metadata?
You can't authenticate any of these photos because of the way they were.
That wasn't my question, Mr. Neumeister. Did you find any evidence of any modification of EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case?
You didn't listen to my answer. My answer is there is no way to know because of the way the files were presented.
So you found no actual evidence of it, correct?
That no one could.
I'm not asking if anyone else could, Mr. Neumeister. I'm asking, did you yourself find you found no evidence of any modification of EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case, correct?
Now, I understand trying to control the narrative, but there's no way to answer that scientifically because given the evidence we were given, there is no way to positively or negatively answer that. It's not a question that can be answered.
It is a question, Mr. Neumeister. The question is, did you yourself, you found no affirmative evidence of any modification of software EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case, correct? You found no actual evidence of that, did you?
No one could tell either way because.
I'm not asking about anyone else, Mr. Neumeister. I'm asking about you. Did you?
You should just
found
keep
no
going like
evidence
this,
of that, did you?
so they waste their
Objection, Your Honor,
time.
asked and answered.
He's not answered what he found.
Overruled.
Yep.
There's not a way to answer that the way you're asking the question. You have to restate it you're trying to control.
Your Honor,
the
he's not
narrative.
responding to the
All right, could
question.
you just answer yes or no, sir, to the question?
It's not a yes or no question.
Did you, yes or no, you found no evidence of EXIF metadata modification of any photograph in this case, correct?
That's incorrect.
Okay. It is your opinion that the metadata of all photographs of purported injuries that Ms. Heard has identified as her trial exhibits do not indicate that the photographs went through a photo editing application, correct?
Well, first of all, that's not a yes or no question because a lot of the exhibits that you have put up, they're not photographs. They're screen grabs and they've been changed from a Apple format, which is JPEG, JPEG, to a JPG Microsoft format. So you have actually changed the exemplars. You've changed the data yourselves. We actually ran EXIF data on some of your own examples that you've entered in the evidence. They are not
Holy
photos from
shit.
an iPhone. Those were edited on a PC.
I'm going to hand up a page from your disclosure.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So do you see on page 8 of your disclosure, Mr. Newmeister, it states, quote, the metadata of all of the photographs of purported injuries that Ms. Hurd has identified as her trial exhibits do not indicate that the photographs went through a photo editing application. Did I read that correct?
That's correct.
No
But
further-
we're talking
No further
exif
questions,
data.
Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Mr. Newmeister.
Yes.
A moment ago, Mr. Murphy was asking you some questions about your opinion about the trial exhibits that Ms. Hurd has offered in this matter. And he asked you about your opinion that they don't indicate that they've gone through a photo editing application. What can you tell us about that?
Well, first of all, on this last exhibit, it says metadata, not exif data. So that's two different things altogether. We're talking exif data. And on the report, I put metadata because I was requested to cover meta and exif data. So it's taken out of context. The exif data is the data based that's embedded in the photo. Metadata can be the file data about the file itself, two different things. So the way the data was collected, it was an iTunes backup is a backup.
Objection, Your Honor. Backups outside the scope of Your Honor's ruling beyond exif metadata.
I think you opened the door on the.
Overruled the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Go ahead, Brian.
An iTunes backup is only a backup of things that are on an iPhone that have not been deleted. It does not have the critical operating system. It doesn't have any of the files that would validate the path of a photograph in that phone. It does not have a lot of the log files. It does not have the Knowledge C database, which talks about usage of the phone and the patterns of how data was handled. All it is the photos you decided to save, not the photos you deleted. So it's a very limited database. Without the system registry or without the system operating system, there's no way to tell because it's very easy to modify a photo on a phone and have it just read iOS 9.3.1. But with the actual phone, if you were able to get a hold of the actual phone, and in 95% of all cases we work, we have the actual phones. It doesn't matter if the phones are 10 years old or 20 years old, or not 20 years old, but 10 years old. The reason is if people have something they want to keep as evidence, they don't throw out their phones. They don't recycle their phones. They save their phones. So people ask how we're doing phones on 13-year-old cases because people do not throw out evidence. They keep the phone. So in a situation like this, there are no forensic extractions. In fact, the extractions we were provided were backups of iTunes, just exports. So it's third generation, and there is no way to verify the file paths and the history of any single photo that we've looked at.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go.
Thank you very much.
All right, your next witness.
We call Beverly Leonard by video link.
I need the TV. All right, just give us a moment to get the TV up.
Hey guys.
What are you gonna do, Dal?
Yeah, I gotta take off. So I just want to let you guys know so that way you can continue watching. Just jump to another stream, jump to Law and Crime. But I am going to take off. I'm going to head to the courthouse right now. So I will be seeing you guys shortly. Thank you all for tuning in. I think I'll actually stream tomorrow too. So until then, thank you again to everybody who joined me on this stream. I know a lot of other channels are streaming it, so you hanging out with me means a lot. Means a lot for my channel, and I really appreciate all the love.
All right, have fun. Take care.
Thank you. Take care. Bye, guys.
Bye.